Welcome back to SINCON 2020 Day 2. Certainly hope that all of you enjoyed day 1. We have a very early start to the morning today. Hope you have grabbed a coffee. Certainly lots of them. We have early start because we have again another day of jam-packed content for all of you. And we didn't want to go into the night time 2 day for both days of the conference. So for day one, quick summary, we start off with two great keynotes, followed by 7 talks, 6 workshops. A lot of content to take in. Especially for most of you have been to many other conferences. And we actually went on to very late until 9:30. And it's great to see so many of you up again to participate in day 2. We have a bit of hiccup for some of our workshops yesterday, so fingers crossed. Hopefully, pray to Murphy God that everything will be a lot smoother today. We managed to iron out some of the our virtual platform configurations, and so we really hope that everything will be smoother, more seamless, providing a better experience for all of you. Talks has been great. Lots of we see lots of viewership on the talks, a lot of interesting engagement in the Q&A during Q&A in the Discord channel. So please keep that coming, and please continue that. So today we have actually more talks, lesser workshop, because one of the workshops that we're gonna feature today is a 4-hour-long OPSEC OSINT workshop. We have a very great instructor that is very famous in this area, Joe Gray. So do check out his workshop right after my opening. And of course, there is also parallel talk tracks that you can attend as well. And we are featuring many interesting topics in day 2 as well. As in between talks, I highly encourage all of you to participate in our CTF competitions. They are still ongoing. So if you're interested, or you want to get your hands dirty, it's a rare chance that you can actually be attacking and hacking cars. So the Car Security Kampong is featuring a car hacking CTF. So do take this chance to get your experience in attacking cars. And of course, we have our Wonderland CTF. There's lots of interesting conversation going on in the Discord channel. I'm really looking forward to seeing who are the winners for 2 of our CTFs. Towards the end of the day, at our closing, we're gonna announce our lucky draw winners. We'll have very attractive lucky draw prize this year. And how you can enter lucky draw is to acquire stars. I'm sure you guys, every one of you, are already familiar with the star system. If you're not, please check out the opening address from day 1. On top of that, we also have the What's What channel in Discord to kind of run through how the star system works. So the more stars you have, the more entry you get in the lucky draw. So, which means that you have higher odds of winning the lucky draw. One big announcement is we will start counting your stars at 1 p.m. So any stars that you earn after 1 p.m. will not give you additional lucky draw entry. And that's because we need quite a bit of time to go through all the entire attendance list to see how many stars that each of you have already acquired. And as mentioned, those who have 20 stars, you will get a certificate of participation for SINCON 2020. We will not stop counting your stars at 1 p.m. We open this count until 6 p.m. So if you can get your 20 stars before 6 p.m., you will get your certification of participation. Yesterday, we also mentioned that we have this engagement champion contest going on. So every day we will monitor our Twitter feed. Anyone who mentioned us, who tweets with the hashtag SINCON and or SINCON 2020, we will monitor them and pick out what are some of the interesting and engaging tweets, and identified champions will win $30 SGD prize voucher. For yesterday, we have identified three champions. Unfortunately, we did not find good enough tweets to fill out all the five podium. So keep it going. We are still giving out. We are still monitoring our Twitter feed, and we'll identify another five champions for today. So a quick tip for anyone who wants to take part in this is your tweets need to be engaging. You need to have certain substance to talk about the conference, to talk about whatever you're learning, and not just simply hashtag SINCON and SINCON 2020 without much context. So once again, would like to take this chance to thank all our sponsors again. Without our sponsors, it will be impossible for us to organize SINCON 2020. So thank you very much, Centurion, Horangi, Infinity Consulting, Panasonic, Security Technology, Star Labs, Trend Micro, yes we had, Alienate Security, eShot, CSIT, Cyber 8 Lab, Kaspersky, and Web Orion. I've mentioned this, briefly mentioned this yesterday. We do not give our registrants personal data or contact information to our sponsors directly. So we usually go through getting our sponsors to, or encourage our sponsors to engage with our participants. But with a virtual conference, that can be a bit hard. So for this time, for this time, we actually had a portal that you can actually indicate your interest of if you're interested in to learn more of any of our sponsors. So if you actually want to get more stars, this is one of the quick way to earn them. So if you know that you lack a number of stars to get your certificate of participation, or to get more entry to the lucky draw, this is one quick trick that you can use to earn more stars. And we'll collate all this again. We'll count this at 1 p.m. and then subsequently later on for the certificate of participation. So yeah, that's that for my welcome back address. Enjoy SINCON 2020 Day 2. We have lots of talks and workshops for all of you. So enjoy, stay engaged on Discord, talk to our sponsors, talk to our speakers, talk to our instructors, and we'll see all of you back for the closing address at 5 p.m. later in the evening. See you.
Our next talk is Silicon Biometrics, a novel approach to solve digital identity fraud from Shantanu Bhattacharya. Silicon Biometrics uses the unique hardware characteristics of electronic devices to help build trust between machines and better fingerprint devices involved in digital transactions. Shantanu has over 25 years of security experience with corporations such as Siemens and Fujitsu, and is the inventor of PhonePass Silicon Biometrics technology. Shantanu?
Hello everyone, I'm Shantanu Bhattacharya from PhonePass. Today I'm going to talk about a new technology called Silicon Biometrics. Silicon Biometrics, I will actually show you how Silicon Biometrics is a novel approach to solve the digital identity problem. So let's first consider how the digital conversations happen. Digital conversations take place with always front-ending a machine or a machine front-ending the conversation. So for example, I'm talking to you right now and my laptop is the front end. I'm not talking to you directly. I'm talking through my laptop. And that's what is the key to all digital conversation, whether it be machine to machine, whether it be human to human, whether it be machine to human or human to machine. So what basically happens is if I can provide you with the technology so that you can uniquely identify every device which is there on the network, then don't you think the trust level of all digital conversations will go up significantly? I'm not saying that I'm going to remove the anonymity where required. But what I am saying is when you want to actually have that trust where you want to identify who is conversing with who, then you can actually use Silicon Biometrics. So it doesn't have to be a silver bullet or it doesn't have to be applied everywhere. But that's the kind of thing that Silicon Biometrics can bring in. Now, let's first see why I say that Silicon Biometrics is future of digital identity. Because we generally think that digital identity fraud can only be detected and then addressed. But the problem with that is most digital fraud cannot be identified to an individual. So you have somebody has to lose that money, not the person who actually perpetrated, but someone else has to lose that money. But in Silicon Biometrics case, we are able to prevent any kind of digital identity fraud. So it doesn't happen in 100% cases. We will see when it cannot happen. So digital identity fraud requires you to obviously identify the device. And when you are identifying a device, you need to have it registered before so you can identify it the second time around or subsequent time around. So where you do not have such a kind of registration process, then you can't really prevent any digital identity fraud there because you do not have any baseline to compare it against. So where you have a baseline, you can actually prevent digital identity fraud there. And I also claim that digital identity fraud prevention through Silicon Biometrics is better than human biometrics. I'm not sure whether you are aware. We always think that human biometrics is the gold standard. But did you know that Silicon Biometrics is much more accurate than human biometrics? And human biometrics actually has just less than 1% failure rate. That's not very low. That's actually very high. So every 100 conversations, one conversation will fail using human biometrics. So considering the fact every single day there are billions or even trillions of conversations happening when we consider TCP/IP networking and telecom communication between mobile phones and so on, there are actually not only trillions, I think quadrillion or something like that. So considering the number of transactions that happen, 1% is not a very good number for failure rate. And what we can also do using silicon biometrics is we are compliant with all privacy regulation. Why is that? Because silicon biometrics is based on the silicon, so the device, and hence you don't need to capture any personally identifiable information at all. And if you don't capture any personally identifiable information, by default, you are complying with all privacy regulations, which is a massive requirement nowadays. And organizations get actually penalized very heavily where privacy is not maintained. So we are able to do that basically. Now let's compare the statistics and the rest of the stuff of silicon biometrics with human biometrics. Silicon biometrics is at least 10 million times more accurate than iris scan, which is one of the best known human biometrics. Now, when you actually talk about iris scan, it is actually very difficult to capture an accurate iris scan in the first place. So deploying an iris scan which has its highest accuracy level itself is difficult. But once you've deployed that, then you get that 1% failure rate. So which is unacceptable, according to me at least. So what do we do in silicon biometrics? We actually are able to uniquely identify the electronic devices. Now, in this example that I've shown here, what we are doing is uniquely identifying the mobile phones. And we are using, analog components like gyroscopes, accelerometers, and so on to do that. And how do we do that? Basically, right from the time when the manufacturing started, the manufacturing is not that accurate that any two devices can be exactly the same. There are certain differences at microscopic or atomic level. But what was happening earlier was it was not possible to actually detect and measure these differences. But now with silicon biometrics, we are able to detect and measure these differences. The moment you can do that, you actually have identified every device uniquely, which is there on the internet. In fact, silicon biometrics can give you 1 in a trillion kind of accuracy. And when you get there, now in the context of number of internet connected devices which are there on the internet, there is about 50 billion internet connected devices in 2020. Very much less as compared to a trillion. So we can actually service the world for some time in the future. And 1 in a trillion is not the ceiling of silicon biometrics. It can be more. And if you are interested in finding out how it can be more, please do give me a call or get in touch with me and we can discuss that. So what we are doing basically is using these hardware inaccuracies in the existing manufacturing process, which can never be made corrected. So you can't really have any two devices which are exactly the same, even at the atomic level. And that is the difference which we are able to identify and then use that to identify the device uniquely. That's what silicon biometrics is. And we can do that even for integrated circuit chips. So because we can do that for integrated circuit chips, we can pretty much do it for all electronic devices. So why is that important? Because digital identity fraud is a very big problem. Now, today in 2020, we are spending about 150 billion worldwide to solve this problem. The projected spend in 2022 is about 170 billion, which is a very high number. But in spite of that spend, the worldwide loss is about 550 billion still. So there is a need for a different solution, a different approach, which can reduce the number 550 billion. Don't get me wrong, nobody wants to pay us or Silicon Biometrics Technology $550 billion. That's the problem size. That's how much they are losing every year. But that doesn't mean they are willing to pay that much to a technology that can solve this problem. So what does the Silicon Biometrics solve other than the digital identity fraud that I've been talking about? I will talk about all of those kind of stuff as well. So SIM swapping is one problem which is very prevalent. What happens there is basically the rogue actor actually uses their SIM card to represent your phone or your SIM card to the telecom company. And once they've done that, their phone actually is receiving everything that your phone should have received, including calls and everything. Now, when this SIM swapping can happen because somebody else can pose as you and say that I'm actually representing you and requesting your SIM to be swapped with mine. And I present myself as you to do that. And that's where actually we nip at the bud. We actually solve that problem by saying, unless you can actually demonstrate that the device which is authorized to perform this transaction is the one that is used to request that SIM swap doesn't happen. So the problem is solved. So it has actually prevented, because nobody can do that, because every time you try to do a SIM swapping, you would be verified. And once you can't be verified, it stopped there at the bud. Similarly, there is a concept of remote phone hijacking. I'm not sure whether you're aware, but if I know which cell tower your cell phone is under, then even without getting physical access to your mobile phone, I can actually hijack that phone. And what I mean by that is I will get all your calls, all your text messages, and all your mobile app data. So, and you won't even be aware that that is happening. And this is more dangerous than SIM swapping, because in case of SIM swapping, at least you know that somebody is defrauding you because your phone is not active. In this case, your phone behaves as if it is active, but actually it isn't. So it's very difficult to even detect that that is happening. And again, here, to do that, you would need to, with Silicon Biometrics, you would need to be able to use your mobile phone. And since the rogue actor doesn't have physical access to your mobile phone, they can't perform that transaction. Or they can't defraud you, or they can't do a remote phone hijacking. Then the next problem is zero trust networking. Now, earlier on, there used to be buildings, and the building edges would have firewalls, and you would have secured the network. Now, the network perimeter is not the building anymore. First of all, there are lots of branches of organizations. Then there are remote operations, remote employees working remotely, working from home, or even partners logging into your network. And when they do that, then you can't really figure out whether this is a right device, authorized device or not. And that's what is called the zero trust networking problem. Again, here, because we can uniquely identify any communication, digital communication happening, we can identify whether the device is authentic authorized device which is trying to do the transaction or do the communication that is happening. And that's how silicon biometrics actually addresses this particular problem. The third thing is, let's say you are a car rental company. You would have hundreds of vehicles on the road, and it would be very difficult. It's actually a challenge every time to actually exchange physical key fobs. Now, what if I said that you can actually have a digital key fob, but don't have the fear that copying the digital key fob is actually equivalent to stealing the vehicle or getting control of the vehicle? So what we are able to do is that the mobile phone which is authorized can be identified along with the digital key fob. Only then the actual operation of the automotive can happen, and thereby solve that problem as well. There are other industry sector applications as well. So for example, blockchain. Blockchain is known to be very, very secure. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying blockchain protocol has a security problem. I'm not saying that. But consider this. You are applying blockchain, let's say, to the utility sector, where there is an energy meter at your home, smart energy meter, which then talks to a set of blockchain nodes for the real-time transactions and things like that to take place. And when you have that, then there is communication going on within the blockchain and also outside the blockchain. So even if your blockchain is completely secure, the communication outside the blockchain is not. And that's why when you try to apply blockchain to a utility industry or any other industry where there is two types of communication happening, which is one is extra blockchain, I would call it, outside of blockchain, then you have a problem which can again be solved by silicon biometrics. And then we've been talking about digital identity fraud. So two-factor authentication, where the second factor is the silicon biometrics, can solve the digital identity fraud problem directly as well. Now let's consider the utilities sector without the blockchain part. Let's say we are trying to automatically distribute water to organizations or farmers who have ordered for it. Now you need to do two things. One is you need to make sure that the right individual or the right organization gets the water and they get it at the right amount. Both of these can be ensured by silicon biometrics. Now let's consider another situation. Let's say there is an e-commerce vendor which is trying to do lots of e-commerce transactions. It is very critical for them to identify a possible fraudulent transaction even before that occurs. So if you are able to identify a device which had previously done a fraudulent transaction and notify the e-commerce vendor that yes, this possibly is a fraudulent transaction because the owner of that particular device might be fraudulent. So the e-commerce vendor can then increase the security level, ask more security questions, and thereby prevent any fraudulent transaction from happening. It won't stop 100%, but it will stop in many cases, basically, high percentage of cases. So these are some other applications of silicon biometrics. So now let's see what silicon biometrics delivers to the users of silicon biometrics. Silicon biometrics can provide very high level of security, like we discussed, at fractional cost. The cost of implementing silicon biometrics is not much. Another thing which it can do is it can communicate, or it can do affordable machine-to-machine authentication technology. Now, what do I mean by that? So normally when there is a machine-to-machine conversation and we want to establish trust, we generally use PKI, which is the gold standard currently. But if you are a little bit aware of what PKI is, so what happens is you actually assign certificates. Then as part of the certificates, there are algorithms, security algorithms, which do encryption, which do hashing. Then there is the security certificate itself is not enough. There is a chain of certificates which needs to be verified every time a transaction has to be verified. Then there are certificate authorities, or machines that assign certificates to various different other machines. That needs to every time check that these certificates are actually valid certificates. That is, it is not expired and it's not revoked. So in either of those two cases, the certificate really cannot act as in the trust establishment process. So let's say now in an organization, there is difficulty in identifying which certificates are expiring. And that's a common problem. So organizations that have implemented PKI generally do not have an automated mechanism, or in many cases do not have an automated mechanism to identify certificate expiry and revocation. And in those cases, what can happen is suddenly your network shuts down because the certificates have expired and they can't really establish the trust, so the transactions can't go through. And suddenly your organization is in a standstill. And we can, using silicon biometrics, solve that problem as well. So that's what I mean by an affordable machine-to-machine authentication technology. So we can solve all of these complications. So in case of certificate, like I said, if you used the wrong algorithm to encrypt, not wrong, a less secure algorithm to encrypt, or a less secure algorithm to hash, then the certificate, even if everything else is fine, it can expose vulnerabilities. If your certificate chain is not very strong and the verification mechanism is not strong, that can bring about security exposures. So there is a lot of ways where security exposures are there, which the silicon biometrics technology can solve. And as we have discussed before, that silicon biometrics, because it is silicon's biometric and not a human's biometric, it doesn't capture any personally identifiable information. And since it's not capturing any personally identifiable information, we are safe. There is no privacy regulation required or adherence to privacy regulation required, which means by default, using silicon biometrics means you have not increased your privacy burden, if I can call it that. So then what are the takeaways? Silicon biometrics can give you at least 10 million times more accurate than iris scan, which is one of the best known human biometrics today. In fact, in some cases, you can get to about 10 billion times more accurate. And if you want to know how, do get in touch and we can discuss. And as you have noticed, that silicon biometrics is a fundamental technology and it has varied applications. So lots of industries can actually use it and can benefit from it. So this can actually change the conversation in all digital identity related conversations, basically. And it has lots of competitive edges other than the one which we have talked about. And I can get into those details as well if you are happy to actually get in touch with me and ask me a question. So that is more or less what I wanted to talk about today. Again, I am Shantanu Bhattacharya from PhonePass. My email ID is shantanu@phonepass.com.au. And for ease, I am spelling that out for you. Actually, I don't need to spell, it's there on the slide. So do get in touch with me if you are interested in learning more. And thank you for your audience. Thank you for your attention. Very much appreciated.
right, our next talk is Offensive Defense in the IT and ICS OT Convergence by Mike Ribbleton. Mike is here to tell you about how adding a free and open source software-based next-gen honeypot to your network will give you better visibility into internal and external threats without blowing up your budget. Mike is an experienced IT and OT professional specializing in forensics, intrusion, malware analysis, and reverse engineering, who leads the Global Threat Intelligence program at an ICS company. Mike?
Hello, Infosec in the city. Welcome, SINCON 2020. Today, I will be sharing about the ICS SCADA or OT and the IT convergence on offensive defense. Right? So, before anything else, I would just like to do some disclaimer that any idea that I have in here is my personal research. It does not has something to do with my current company, the previous, or probably in the future, right? Now, just basic about my background. I don't have so much of any certifications that that I could put much on my CV, but just a experience. Right? Now, without further ado, I would just like to start with the basic, the fundamentals. What is honeypot? Now, we all know what is honeypot does, right? Basically, it's a bait, it's a decoy. It's not really as the current next generation honeypot. So, what is that? Then I'll discuss that on a later slide. First things first, business case. It's very hard to convince the management that we need a certain tools, we need a process, or especially if something has something to do with budgeting, right? But now the question is, do you think that those companies, those security solutions that have been breached or compromised, don't they have any, endpoint detection response or EPP, right? But still, they get hacked, they get compromised. Now, why do we need a tool like this, an offensive defense, or we call it the deceptive tool, right? Deception technology. First, accelerated breach detection. If my question earlier is, we do have an EPP, we do have an EDR, but still we got compromised. It's because the breach detection is very low, right? Second, it's a slowed down attack. The reason being it's slowed down attack is, although I'll be sharing another slide on this one, it's because the deception tool should have a so-called a decoy operating system, right? Third, scalable and operational efficient. This tool that I'll be sharing with you guys does not need much of your budget, and of course it's not free as totally free, as zero expense, but when we use our VM, we're still using our own resources, right? The virtual machine, it has a capacity that we need to plan, right? Detect and drop advanced persistent threats. Why? Later on, I'll show that to you. Now, the global breaches says, according to this caption, it cost 2.1 trillion last 2019, and today 2020 it cap ups of 150 million US dollars. Imagine by next year, or on 2022 2023, right? Okay, lucky for us if we have a SOC team. whether it's a soft tier 1, soft tier 2, incident response, or what if we don't have it? We have managed services. It's because our organization is not yet mature, right? And this is the challenges that according to the surveys and most of the companies, especially those doesn't have any maturity level yet of their operations, they don't have, or they have a lack of network-based threat visibility. How many of you has an NDR, or network detection and response, right? And most of us, we don't have. Um, Probably because we prefer SIM, but SIM is not an NDR. It's just a detection. It does not prevent, right? So NDR does prevent on the network level. So it's different from endpoint detection and response, because the EDR is more of a host base, right? Not a network base. So if we have unmanaged services, is it not they don't have much of a visibility on internal, right? Probably they just focus on the detection, on anomaly, but 100% visibility, I doubt. Second, huge data to correlate during threat hunting. So where do we begin? We know kill chain, we know MITRE ATT&CK framework, but how many dwell time that we have stopped, or how many IOCs that we have catch on when we use IOCs, how many endpoints or how many detections that we have, or discovery that we have. So overwhelming of false positive alerts. At the end of the day, we got tired of those false positives that coming from different tools. Yes, we need the tuning, but how many months, how many years that we keep on tuning those tools, which it's supposed to be, it's just from the POC itself, we already tuning it, and then once we deployed it, it has been fully tuned, right? If there's any further tuning, it should be minimal, right? So then limited resources to respond. Most probably, either we have or we don't have a SOC team. They are 24/7, yes, but how many of them are working during their shift? 3, 4 guys, and what they're doing? Threat hunting, right? Or whatever they're doing, right? Are they being fully utilized on their capabilities, on their their skills? So these are the security operation challenges that we need to answer. And according to this one, okay, the median dwell time last 2018 is 204, and then it's lesser on 2019, it's 54, and today, how many days is that? Remember, guys, 1 week of being breached that we don't know that we have been breached is it's costly. It's not a cheap, right? Okay, this is the objective of deception tool, as per my research and the implementation that I've done, right? So imagine there is no honeypot or deception in our environment, and if we have been compromised either from external threat actors or insider threat, it goes straight away from IT to the OT side. And before I forgot, IT OT convergence, probably we are not aware of. We keep on thinking that there is no IT OT convergence because of the network segmentation. But imagine this: do you have a vulnerability tool, right? and it does scan on the IT side, correct? However, the question is, do they also scan the OT side? Then if yes, that is the convergence that we're using, the software convergence, the tools. And the vulnerability scanner can communicate both the IT and the OT side. So therefore, there is a software convergence, right? The tools of the TVM under the TVM program. So this is again the absence of a deception tool or even the internal honeypot. Now, let's go back to the traditional setup. We have defined earlier what's honeypot. And this is the traditional honeypot that we use to deploy, right? It's between the firewall from the internet, the firewall, and the demilitarized zone, right? It's located there. Now, today we have this so-called next generation honeypot, but instead of honeypot, we call it deception tool, and you know later on probably on the next slide, it will show you why it's being deceptive and how it become an offensive defense instead of just defense, purely defense. We're becoming reactive. Right? So if the scenario earlier, there's an insider threat or external threat that has compromised our network, they do lateral movement. Okay, the sample here is it's just one deployed deception tool or honeypot, right? So it will be stopped. Okay, once it reaches the honeypot, it's try to brute force, or of course we will not be configuring setting up a strong password, right? Just password 123 because we wanted to make sure that the threat actor, once it uses let's say for example SSH connection, it can use a very simple password. Or if let's say for example it uses any brute force tool, right? It's just a matter of a minute or seconds that it will be hacked, right? So because we wanted to make them trap on that honeypot, okay? Okay, now they will be trapped once they have logged into the deception tool or the whether it's a VM or an enter or most probably it's a VM, right? But the one that I set up is a VM. So once they have logged into that system, they're already trapped. The reason being is they thought that they have logged into the core operating system, but actually it's just a fake operating system. Imagine the onion ring, right? We thought that it's hollow inside, but actually there's so many rings inside the onion. So imagine that one, okay? So when they conducted reconnaissance, you could configure by deceiving the attacker that they are pinging or they are doing a reconnaissance or scanning a Linux operating system, but actually it's a Windows. Right? So most likely, the very simple sign that we are logging into a system or let's say we try to recon on one particular system. If the SSH is open, we thought it's a Linux or Unix server, right? If there's an RDP open, we thought it's a Windows operating system. So we could configure the deception tool, okay, that way. Try to access with hack AD account. So there is a one scenario that I came across, that a guy from other region, okay, he tried to log in on the deception tool, So first things first is the first question that came to my mind is why he has logged into that system. Okay, and why he has discovered the system. That's the first one. Okay, and then the second one is the AD account is legit, right? But when I tried to check investigate the account, it's supposed to be from other region versus okay the IP address that he used came from different region. So that's how you track a hack AD account or compromised AD account. Then able to access with root account. Yes, you will be able to once by right we are not supposed to be using root right on logging in to especially for Unix servers. That's the best practice. Now, if someone else try to log in on the deception tool, okay, on the VM using root, that is suspicious, right? That is like an anomalous activity. So, and then when you tried or when the hacker tried to run a privileged account once they have logged in, you will be able to see as administrator, you will be able to see that whatever they have typed on, because the deception tool that I'll be showing you later what kind of deception tool is that. It's a free and free and open source software. Okay, has the capability of doing a keylogger and even screenshot and a video recording. Right. So when they start services, you would be able to know. Try to exfiltrate data. Since it's an fake operating system, they thought that the SSH is open, but actually, there's a default firewall rule that they could not go out. They're already trapped inside, right? So, and then if they try to connect to untrusted network, let's say for example, data exfiltration, they wanted to connect in the command and control, right? External, so you will be able to detect that one. And they are pivoting or they use that machine as a staging area. Okay. To conclude, firewall rule, okay, it's just a secondary option because as I mentioned earlier, the operating system, the VM itself, the deception tool or technology has already has a built-in firewall. Okay. Nevertheless, if you need it for compliance or auditing purposes, you may do so. Right? Pros and cons. I will not be, mentioning all the pros, but instead of cons. The cons is since it's a free and operating system, you as an administrator of this one, you have the accountability to update the system, patch the system, configure the system. There's no there's no what do you call this one, vendor or support for you to to do the stuff. So that's the only cons here. Else everything is pros. Okay, now the tool that I mentioned earlier is a honey drive. Okay, honey drive is a VM ISO image that you could deploy, and inside of that there's so many tools that you could use as honeypot. But the one that I have implemented is the detection, right, or the KIPO detection for SSH brute forcing. It records hackers command execution. Okay, it records C2 communications, anything, right? Any file transfer or lateral movement. So this is the dashboard, right? And these are the few use cases. Now let's go with the OT side. The first one is from the IT side. It's unrealistic, but you could also um, you know deploy a key keepo inside the OT, but this is more realistic for the OT side. Conpat, right? Now the latest version of the Conpat is version 6. This is pretty much old, the one that I've tried, right, and implement. So this is pretty much very easy to implement. Now, if you are asking where where is the best location that you could deploy this one, I would say it's on um, it's on layer 3 and layer 4. It's in between, right? So um, that's where you, especially on the control engineering stations, that's the best one that you could do. It's an optional if you wanted to deploy it on the layer 4 of the Purdue model, right? So that's the best one. And this is not the frequently asked question that I get, even from directors, management, and from other companies is, does this disrupt the operational the operations inside the OT, the ICS SCADA? I said no, right? Because everything is accepting connections, but it does not goes out. As what I mentioned earlier, if anyone's inside or if anyone goes inside, they are already trapped. Okay, so if they wanted to do some ping of death, DDoS, or any expert trick data, they will not be able to do that one. Okay. Now we have come to the last part of my slide, the conclusion. Okay, it's a painless deployment. If you have a knowledge on basic on Linux operating system, whether you have also a even a fresh graduate can do this one, or even your OJT could do this one, as long as they have a basic knowledge of Linux operating system. They have a basic understanding on the network operating system or network. Okay, if they don't have any knowledge on the OT side, don't let them do that one. Okay, so just focus on the IT. But at the end of the day, most of the attacks comes from the IT goes to the OT. So if you remember the MITRE attack framework, right? It always comes from, or not always, but most of the time it comes from users' email address or the control engineers phishing. So and then yes, you could integrate this in your SIM, right? Um, it's deployable for both the IT and the OT. As the Conpat is for the OT, and the Kipo is for the IT. So again, it's not totally free, because you will be using your data store on your ESX host or whatever virtual machines technology that you're using, right? So it always comes with tuning, or I mean capacity planning, right? And then this will be your another threat intelligence source, right? The tactics, techniques, and procedure. If they use any tools, right, or if they upload it, or I mean, they have transferred the tools from other machine, goes after the lateral movement. So you will be able to see that one, and you will be able to examine how they behave, right? Of course, breach detection. This is the most important one. You will be able to know that you have been breached, which the EDR solution, the EPP, the SIM, and the firewall are missing. Okay, and defense in depth, additional defense in depth in your environment. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your time. Um, and I welcome any questions that you have in mind. So, and let's connect in LinkedIn. So this is my LinkedIn account, and hopefully you have enjoyed and you have gained even a little knowledge on this presentation. So the floor is open for Q&A. Thank you so much. Stay safe.
Hello, welcome back to SINCON. My name is Pan Yong. I hope you have enjoying SINCON so far. Today on the main stage, we have Sebastian, who's going to share with us about bug hunting mobile apps from setup to bugs. Sebastian has extensive experience in telco and IT industry. In fact, the last time I shared a stage with Sebastian, he was talking about cross-site scripting, and that felt like a long time ago. That was the pre-COVID days. So if you want to get started with bug bounty in mobile apps, learn about real bugs, this talk is a great place to start. So it's my pleasure to introduce Sebastian. Sebastian, the stage is yours, and please take it away.
Hello everyone to SINCON 2020. I hope you all had a good year. Hope you're enjoying the conference so far. My name is Sebastian, and my talk will be about bug hunting in mobile applications, from the setups to the actual bugs. Disclaimer number one, as a ethical hacker, you should of course never target a system or network that you do not have permissions to target or test. So yeah, and but other than this, of course, hackers gonna hack and hack the planet. Disclaimer number two, the opinions expressed during this presentation are solely my own views and do not represent the views or opinions of my employer. Right, agenda. So I'm giving a short introduction about myself, then looking a little bit into static code analysis as well as dynamic code analysis, and hopefully throughout this talk, see a lot of bugs happening. Short introduction about myself. So my name is Sebastian. Back in 2009, I actually studied together with Deutsche Telekom. After my studies, after I completed my bachelor degree, I was deployed in their interim SOC, so get hands-on experience in security. Then 2015, I actually came to Singapore, was working for my public, local ISP, local telco. Then 2019, I went to BigPay, which is a local fintech company, and recently I joined 8x8. Throughout my journey in Singapore, I was very active in the local cybersecurity community, Division Zero, and also gave talks several times in the meetup, right? So to begin a little bit, we are talking about more about static code analysis, Android first. So first of all, how do you get an APK? How do you get started, right? So most of the times it's being provided if you're in engagement. If it's about bug hunting, then sometimes you need to get it yourself. So you can use APK downloader or APK combo are usually where you go to. If you have already an installed one on your emulator on your device, then you can also use ADB shell to just get the APKs downloaded via ADB. If you can, also always check for older versions of the app, right? If you can get your hands on an older APK file, for example, it's always a plus point, because sometimes like old secrets that are being stored in previous versions are still working, or sometimes companies deploy obfuscation techniques or whatsoever in their APK later on, but older versions might not have this kind of obfuscation or encryption technique installed, right? So there could be something in there, right? The first one thing I think everybody should get into it's finding secrets, and one way or another in an APK, right? So the first thing we do is having our APK tool ready, and then we can just uncompress, unpack the APK file, and then we can directly jump into and looking for secrets, right? So a very good location for this, a very good start point is always REST value strings. So you know, when you're in depack unpack APK file, you get smiley code. And then usually you have like all the variables and everything that's being clear text. Declarations in Java is usually in REST value strings where you can find it, right? So it's a good starting point. So and then what, right? So maybe you find the Google API key, maybe you find what this reporter reported was a Stripe publishable API key. So you already see from some of the namings, it sounds like those keys are actually public keys, public values. So it's not really relevant that much if you just report it like this to a program, right? So in this case, you also saw that the program came back and said it's not a vulnerability. It's actually meant to be this way. So we also need to be a little bit careful of what we're gonna report, right? I went through this rabbit hole myself at the very beginning. Also reported Google keys, Firebase keys without really validating, and it hasn't been a great experience, right? So. Another great example is Google Maps API keys, right? There were a time where tons of people reported all the keys and they said how you can actually evaluate that this key is usable. And but you see that nowadays the programs are less likely to accept this. And for example, on Backrowd, it's like usually P4 max, what people are willing to accept this bug for. But you still see that people are out there reporting it and writing Medium articles like this case out there and saying how great it is to just hunt for those kind of keys. Your mileage may vary. Another great example is like a Twitter consumer key. Also being found in res value strings, and you see it's like a key and a secret, right? When you Google it quickly, like this is a vulnerability, then you see Stack Overflow article saying yes, definitely report it. It's a vulnerability, right? What I want to point out here is that there's an awesome GitHub repository with the name of Key Hacks, where they listed down a lot of various API keys and how you can actually verify it, right? So if you want to really go for impact and show this program or your engagement, your customer or whatever, like this is really a vulnerability you should be taken care about, you should care about, and you should fix it, then go for key hacks, look it up and try to exploit, try to show as much impact as possible, right? That's ultimately what we're after and what we should go for, right? Another great example, like immediately you can show your impact by AWS keys, right? When you actually look, that IAM has actually a list of identifiers, and then you see that your access keys start all with a prefix AKI AA, right? So what we can do is actually to just look for scenarios in the code, and then again you see like how I reported here, also found in res value strings just access key and secret access key. So from the name alone, you can't really tell it's about Amazon. But once you know that this prefix AKIA is an Amazon AIM key, then immediately you can actually jump into your command line and test it out just to connect, and then see which users actually associated with this key. And then you can also see what attack landscape, right? What this key, particular key can have actually access to, right? So that's a great opportunity. And then we can go one step further, right? Why just limit ourselves to strings? We can search the entire code base, the entire directory after we unpack our APK for AKA. And sometimes in binary files, you'll find it, and then you see that the developers already try to put it in native libraries and do some kind of obfuscation. But usually it's being picked up by Grab and reported as this binary file matches. And then how do we get it, right? So are we going and do reverse engineering of the library? Maybe we don't have to, right? There's a great hacker tool out there called Strings, which is actually grabbing binary files and giving you the plain text outputs of any string and plain text that's being hidden somewhere in the binary. All right, so we can just grab for AKA and get the key, get the secret key out there, and then we can just verify with an AWS command line tools what the key, how can it log in, and what access does the key have, right? So I also found some of those examples, so it's a great opportunity. Another great thing is Firebase, right? Firebase is a Google project, which actually tried to avoid that your client is going to middleware and then to the database. But now with SDK, you have actually the possibility to just connect directly your client to via the SDK to a database directly, right? And then you saw that even those stuff is being written in the strings that you have exposed a file-based database. So how can we play around this one? So there's a possibility that this file-based database is actually pretty open, and it's even writable from the outside, right? So we can have this database, and we can slash and then a .json, and then you can read entries of the database. But while you read those entries, you can even write entries. So it's actually pretty dangerous if you leave file-based databases open to the world, right? And my example is one of the few reports that actually being disclosed. So it was a project where also in West Valley Strings, XML was a file-based database URL mentioned, and then the same thing. I went to the URL, I added the /.json, and I saw bracket means an empty data set, but it was actually vulnerable to write. So I was giving the permission to fill the database, and then the program could actually validate that those inputs were not from their legitimate use, but it's actually being abused, right? And then, of course, you can take it even further, right? So I give the advice to use here the Dex to Java decompiler. I think it's a great project. It comes with the deobfuscator even. So if projects are using ProGuard to do some kind of obfuscation, to hide strings, to obfuscate class names whatsoever, the Dex to Java decompiler is actually able to give you a pretty output with function names that you can actually puzzle together later on. So that's how you do further into static code analysis. I want to give this short example, right? Sometimes you see that programs are doing some kind of encryption, right? You see default Java libraries in one way or the other, right? You see secret key specs, you see cipher, you know that something's going on, but you can't really wrap your head around it. So in this example, you have like a function defined, and you already see that this S key is being actually given as an argument to the function. So the next step would be to investigate where is this S key coming from, right? Where is it being declared? And then sometimes you are looking for strings or easy secrets, but sometimes it's not about that, but it's about byte arrays, so random form of bytes that actually being used as secret keys, right? What you can actually do is use this great GitHub file, which actually had routines already declared for encryption and decryption, especially if you have an encrypted file from your APK, from your routine that you're writing out. Then you can actually try to decrypt it with the knowledge that you can find within the APK, right? If you can find the declaration of the byte array, then you can actually throw it in here, right? But you see here that those passwords are defined as strings, right? Password 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, right? So if you have a byte array, then like what's the next step? How do you actually connect the dots, right? And then I found this great article on Stack Overflow actually, which declares hex string to byte array, right? So if I declare hex string, how do I get it to a byte array? Because once I have the byte array, then you can actually jump to the previous project and directly include it in the call of your encryption functions and whatsoever, right? So sometimes it's really about puzzling it together. To be able to exploit it even further and then reconstruct what the APK file is actually doing outside of the APK file. So that what would you probably do in a static code analysis kind of engagement, right? Okay, and now we want to look a little bit into the dynamic code analysis portion of this talk. And first of all, we need to declare our toolkit. So I think it's a great way to use Android Studio, which comes with emulators and whatsoever. So this part you can use, and then Frida for as a hooking framework to hook functions and to be able to bypass certain stuff, which we'll probably see a little bit later in the talk. So how do you set up an emulator first, right? You open up Android Studio and you see this small phone icon. And for this talk, I set up Nexus 1 API 28 with Pi, which worked for my stuff pretty well. And the apps that I was like investigating earlier on actually were still running on Pi, so I didn't have any issues. If you have a stricter environment where apps are not running on certain OS levels, and again, your mileage may vary. Right, so the first thing to do is definitely get your proxy ready and make sure that you listen on all interfaces, not only in loopback, because the emulator can't just reach your loopback, so you have to use your internal IP that you have in a wired or wireless network, wherever you're testing. Right, and then I also set up the emulator to actually use a proxy. Just manually put the proxy conf in, then that's cool. And then with your emulator, so the first thing is to go actually to settings, open your network and internet, open your Wi-Fi, go to settings, edit, advanced option, proxy, and then put in your proxy IP and proxy port. And then switch Wi-Fi on off helps. And then you go to Chrome and you go to Burp. So Burp is already listening. If you use a different kind of proxy, then again, there might be another way how to get actually the certificate from your proxy, right? Burp is answering, presenting a web page with a CA certificate button. So you can actually click on it, and then Chrome's already asking you to allow access to the file system to be able to download files and write files. So you download the cert.der. What you need is a CER. So you need to find a way with your file utilities, or you can use ADB to just rename the file for the system to be able to find it later on. And then on your emulator, again, you go to settings, security and location, advanced, encryption and credentials. And then you say install from the SD card, you go to list more, you go to downloads, and then you have the CR cert, right? You want to click on it. It will prompt you for a name, right? You can name it like Burp Wi-Fi, and then you say it's for the Wi-Fi use. I tried this one and it didn't work out of the box. So I also had to repeat the same step and say it's per VPN and then click on VPN and apps, right? Then the next time I opened up my browser and browsing to an HTTPS site was already like safe and encrypted, and it was intercepted by Burp. So that's what you exactly want, right? You want a man in the middle scenario. So we are now all set already to start our dynamic code analysis, right? We are all set for apps that are not verifying that you're running on an emulator, that your device may be rooted, that have no checks, and that do not implement SSL pinning, right? So what was SSL pinning about again? So it was the scenario that your server is presenting you SSL certificate, and your app actually has an inbuilt trusted root CA list, right? And then only those CAs you trust, that those SSL certificates come from them, and you don't trust anything else, right? You go beyond what your system might allow, you implement it on a app level, really, and it's up to the app developer to do this. So it's actually preventing you to do man in the middle, right? If I go into a network where there's a man in the middle, I might not want that my banking app is being spied on, right? That SSL traffic can terminate on an endpoint that is not trusted, right? But that's exactly what we are going to do, right? We want to intercept, we want to manipulate traffic, right? So the server is presenting a valid cert, but our proxy server, our man in the middle, machine in the middle, is presenting a bad certificate, right, to the app. So we need to find a way how to work around that. So there's a great way with Frida, and you can actually put your ADB into the root mode. then you push the Frida server that you downloaded in one of the earlier slides in the data local directory, and then you give it executable rights. So those steps to push the server and to give it executable rights, it's a one-time effort, right? You don't need to do this again and again. And then you just need to start it. So every time you restart your emulator, you reboot, you have to start the server again. Put it in the background, and then on your device, on your Windows, on your Mac, on your Linux, you just run Frida with a JavaScript file, and then my XXXX actually represent the ID of your application you want to run. So your APK file has an ID on the system, right? And you want to run it. So you put this ID instead of the XXX and you run it. And there are so many cool Frida scripts out there. So there's one Frida anti-root, which is great, and there's another Frida Android unpinning SSL, which you can just use to bypass. The first one is to bypass root checks. So every time your APK file or your application would actually look if certain binaries are present, your Frida anti-root would actually replace all those checks and always say pass, it's not present, it's not rooted. So your the app you're testing would always believe that you're running on a completely verified device. Right, and Frida Android unpinning SSL is also rewriting SSL checks, common SSL checks, to just also grant that the application will kind of trust your machine in the middle / birth certificate, right? CodeChef Frida.re is a great place. There are more scripts out there, and in this context, like what we saw earlier with encryption and stuff, you can also rewrite string methods in Java, and just say that all the strings that are being declared, you want to output it to the console or to a file or whatsoever. So you actually can also hook functions like those encryption methods to just output secret keys or the array or stuff. And then that's the other way you can actually get certain things out of it, even if you are not performing static code analysis. So there are always two ways around it. Yeah, for you to choose. What about iOS, right? You talked so much about Android. What about iOS, right? Space Raccoon actually wrote a really awesome article about iOS pen testing. So from jailbreaking your device to installing Frida, getting rid of SSL pinning checks, all the stuff in the how-to, really awesome. So check this one out. The future of iOS penetration testing is now changing a little bit already because Apple put up his SINCON models and M1. And so you can actually run natively iOS apps on your Macs, right? So all the nice features that you have with bringing in a proxy, intercepting traffic and stuff, getting rid of SSL pinning, you will be able to do on your Mac. So this might be a game changer moving forward. So if you want to get into iOS penetration testing, bug hunting, now is actually the time to go and get your M1 and then just start hunting. One flow that I picked out, which I think is a little bit, I haven't found a lot of research based on this, but I think that's actually also really cool to get deeper into it, is your in-app purchase flow. So you see that your app is actually making a call to the App Store server and get like the product information and those stuff done. And once the user hits, I want to buy it, or I want to buy the subscription or whatsoever, then it's making a request to the App Store, processing your payment and all the stuff, and then the observer is called and the product's being delivered, right? So it sounds pretty straightforward and stuff, but there can also be bugs in the flow, right? So Apple's actually giving a function to validate the receipts you get from the App Store. So imagine a user buys something and then he wipes his device, or he's like having a new device or whatsoever, then you want to transfer subscriptions. This can be done, but the receipts you get from the App Store, you can actually verify on your end with your own app and your own server infrastructure, right? So just to have a quick look in it, right? Because this also is a little bit about authentication. Because if I buy like subscription and then subscription gives me access to something, right? So more or less, it's like I should verify the receipt, and then this is like kind of my login from, but without the user and password, because I just present the receipt. And then the mobile app is actually giving me a session back, and then I can go and access like further items that are part of the subscription, or items that are being purchased, or whatsoever, right? So that's the ideal flow, but what can go wrong? So definitely the developer needed to check as a receipt, does this really belong to the account owner? Okay, what happens if I get my hands on the receipt, right? Can I replay it and get access to subscription maybe? And if it's a subscription, is like the end date also validated? So around this, I also found some cool bugs actually, and it's like worth to actually investigate. So even if you can't intercept the communication between you and the App Store, see how this login from your app to the app infrastructure works, right? What's really being presented, how's the authentication being done, and then try to break it, right? That's a cool opportunity as well. And then talking a little bit about authentication as a whole. So when we have a mobile client, the expectation will be I have my login request, my user and password, and I get my session back. And then the next thing is, of course, my request need to have a valid session for me to retrieve data, right? That's the expectation. But some developer think that, it can't be broken because it's on a mobile device and people cannot intercept. So what they rather do is that you have a login request being sent, and then the mobile API is answering with some kind of fixed value. And this fixed value is like somehow changing the state of the mobile client. So then the mobile client can access further data and get into some stuff, right? So what would you do then? So you can just intercept it with verb and then replay this fixed value. And then you can get access to content you maybe should not have access to, right? That's also a great opportunity, and that's definitely a bug on the mobile app side, right? But if you think this bug even further, means a request being made to the mobile API with data is also unauthenticated because no session is present, right? So then this is also a bug from the mobile application, mobile API point of view, right? So think about both ways. And to make it simpler, maybe this is a great example of one researcher, and he figured out that he can bypass OTPs completely. So what he researched on was that the mobile client is sending a correct OTP, and the reply was errors, no. And then you sent a wrong OTP, and the mobile API said errors, yes, invalid OTP. And what he did was then to send a wrong OTP, intercept it, and then modify it to errors, no, and he got access. So you see that sometimes developers are taking shortcuts here and there to make flows easier, but introducing kind of vulnerabilities, introducing bugs, which can then be actually exploited if you have access to the traffic. So you want to get your setup right to get the bugs right. Another example, also mentioned by Porziger, was if your mobile client can get data, but you replay exactly the same request, the same GET request whatsoever in your web browser, but suddenly you get a 403 forbidden, means there might be checks in place to checking user agents. So you also want to take care of this one to make sure that security is not based on like user agents and security for obscurity and stuff. So those stuff you can also report, because it's like obviously wrong to do security this way. Another thing I want to talk about a little bit is this Android intent, right? So what's an intent? Intent is that I have a URL scheme that's based for my own web application. So for example, Facebook, right? This is a great research about Facebook Android intents, and had like profile and then profile ID. So you click on it in a website or in another mobile app, and then the Facebook app is opening up and presenting you with a profile, right? And then there were other paths to find in the APK file as well, like this AMA, right? And then the researcher actually did dynamic code analysis and triggered those intents with ADB, right? And he figured out a way that actually he can create his own, he can craft his own URL scheme that matches the expected URL scheme from the APK, from the application, and figured out that he can redirect user to any other website that he wanted, and it's being displayed in the real app, in the real Facebook app, right? So he figured out a way how to display, for example, Google in the inside the Facebook app, which is a little bit like Open Redirect, just on a mobile phone, right? And because Facebook is taking pride in getting rid of Open Redirect and Android intents and stuff, he got a nice bounty out of it, right? The last thing I want to do is to reiterate on the quality of the reports you're going to submit, right? The first thing is really ask yourself what the impact of the bug I'm gonna submit, right? What is the value for the customer that I'm gonna tell him that certain things are off, right? If these are keys, make sure you can exploit it. Make sure there is an impact to it. If you can't use the keys outside the apps, it might be not worth reporting at all, right? So ask yourself, what's the impact? And the second is go deep or go wide, right? You don't want to be in an average where you get a lot of duplicate because everybody just found this particular key or other stuff. You want to be in a very unique position. So if you go deeper than the rest, you're very unique, and you will find your bugs. Or go wide, really spend time, do reconnaissance, look for all the apps, for example, what's wrong in those, and then try to reproduce in newer versions, right? Do stuff that the usual guys won't do. They won't go the extra mile. So go deep or go wide. And I saw this a few days back on Twitter, and it's just awesome, right? So this is Bill, and he takes time to write quality reports. He's always nice to his triages, and you should be like Bill. With this, I'm coming to the end of my talk, and I think there will be a QA session probably in the sidebar or in the conference platform as a whole. So with this, I'm wishing you all a very nice conference. Take care, everyone. Enjoy SINCON, and thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Goodbye.
Best party ever? Yeah, it's been a great 2019, challenging year, but excited about 2020. Ronnie! Orang ni hidup baik without fear. Semua bisa jadi macam. I moved my whole life from America to come here and help build Orangi. I didn't know what I was getting into. I thought for maybe there was like 5 minutes or 10 minutes when I first got here where I panicked and I said, holy crap, I don't know if I made the right choice. Almost 2 years later, I'm pretty positive I made the right choice. I've learned so much, I've grown so much in the time I've spent here, and I'm definitely a better person for it. I'm locked in here till the end. Hopefully that's a long way away. I really hope for 100 more years of good stuff.
Orangi, man, best company ever. Innovate without fear. All day, every day.
me more than anything else.
Yeah, first off, I just want to thank everyone for coming out. So we have lots of people here, so obviously a lot of Tigers from Harangi, Tigers, significant others, as well as, of course, our customers, investors, and partners. So thank you everyone for coming to the event. Hopefully you guys enjoy the food. It's great. So if you are taking pictures, make sure to tag the restaurant on Instagram, so it's Sankora Oki. Ask someone for spelling, because I'm not too good. But yeah, it's been a great year for us. Obviously, in 2019 has been challenging in many ways as we've grown from a small company to a bigger one. So we're about 75 people now, growing consistently in the space, and of course now moving on up to a new office in Suntech. But yeah, I think it's going to be a good night. It's just beginning, and a great sort of launch into 2020. And of course, everyone is here, especially the white t-shirts, which mostly Harangi employees now. I think a lot of them have given away as well. We spent a lot of time working hard on building the company and the brand of Harangi to what it is today. So I really appreciate everyone's help in doing that. So yeah, thanks for attending the event. Please have some drinks. I think we're here till at least midnight, if not later. But yeah, thanks everyone again for coming. And where's Mark? Yeah, cheers to Harangi in 2020, and of course all of our wonderful customers, partners, and investors that help us do it. Thank you, everyone. Cheers to Harangi in 2020, and of course all of our wonderful customers, partners, and investors that help us do it.
Digital data circulates like the blood in a human body. Through day and night, they carry the information that keeps the world working, making the world a better place. The advent of smart home devices and the Internet of Things has brought convenience and comfort to our modern life. Meanwhile, there are the misuse of the data and that underlying malice is infiltrating the matrix of the healthy veins, threatening the wealth, life, and privacy at a scale beyond imagination. Who is the one to shield people against such an unprecedented crisis? Panasonic Cyber Security Lab. Panasonic Cyber Security Lab is a safeguard for the modern life of convenience and comfort. We analyze threats, eradicate breaches, educate and promote the mindset for corporate cyber security. We engage in exchanging thoughts from all fields and embrace innovation and progressive techniques. Panasonic has long been avant-garde in promoting your smart life intelligence. And we, Panasonic Cyber Security Lab, are a guardian securing the world from all cyber threats.
This is your data. It can be all sorts of great things, like a business presentation, the latest design schematics, even an entire back-end database. It could be the source code for the next big app, or something fun, like an informative product video. To reach its full potential, your data needs to be protected. Most simply get full disk encryption to protect their hardware and call it a day. But there are far worse dangers to your data today than just a lost drive or a stolen computer. Especially while in use, data needs to be protected from breaches or even from accidental exposure. Introducing Secure Age Secure Data, a simple and effortless way to automatically encrypt every file, every place, every time. By having every file in a naturally secure state, accessible only to you or your shared users, data is protected against internal and external threats without compromising user productivity. Here's how it works. Every file is encrypted as soon as it's created, or when it's transferred to your system. The encryption persists even when it's moved to another drive, archived on backup media, or stored in the cloud. Secure data grants inherent defenses to all files, no matter where they go, in a way that's fully transparent to its intended users. A small icon is all you see on every encrypted file. All that's needed to open it is a double click, just like always. There's zero change in user and application behavior while keeping all your data safe from unauthorized use. Secure data even makes sharing incredibly easy for small and large organizations. It uses powerful public key encryption for seamless access control and encryption policy data and define the intended security measures. Any shared file or folder is accessible only to authorized users, without worrying about decrypting a file or even remembering passwords. Unauthorized users such as hackers or even employees who manage your IT infrastructure won't be able to view the contents of your protected data. This to take advantage of technologies like the cloud without worrying about data being intentionally or even accidentally compromised. It simply stays secure everywhere, all the time. Secure data is compatible with modern enterprise security features for deployment on various industries and is compliant with the world's most stringent legal security requirements. Secure Age Secure Data. Encryption for every file, every place, every time. Schedule a no-obligations demo or proof of concept today. For more information, visit www.secureage.com/securedata. Email is amazing. It's an indispensable, non-invasive communication tool for anyone, any place, anytime. It is a digital parcel delivery service, sending files to clinch the next business deal. It's also your identity, allowing others to know that the message is from you. Email is amazing, and everyone is using it, but that's also why it's so vulnerable. Truth be told, your email isn't just between you and the recipient. It's everywhere, making it prone to hacking or man-in-the-middle attacks. Your email needs to be securely encrypted from the source to its final destination. Introducing Secure Age Secure Email, an end-to-end encrypted email solution ensuring authenticity and privacy without getting in the way of efficiently sending email. Email is encrypted in motion and at rest without requiring users to know anything about keys or key management. The encrypted email can only be opened by the intended recipients. Nobody else will be able to view the content email travels or is stored. Before hitting the send button, select a label to classify your email, such as restricted or even confidential. You can define your own. The label determines how the email and attachments are treated when sent, stored, forwarded, or replied to. Classification and security settings of the sender show up in the email header to ensure its integrity and authenticity. And with digital rights management options, you can control what happens on the recipient side. Privacy doesn't have to be difficult or disruptive. Secure Email is easy to install and use. It works with industry-standard email clients and is compliant with the world's most stringent security standards. Secure Age Secure Email. Encrypted email made easier. Schedule a no-obligations demo or proof of concept today. For more information, visit www.secureage.com/secureemail. Encryption is important. It's the most effective way of keeping sensitive files for your eyes, or even certain eyes, only. Signing is equally critical. It ensures sensitive files are left untampered with while also authenticating the identity of its source. Sounds complicated? Well, it shouldn't be. Introducing Secure Age Secure File. File encryption and digital signing. It's powered by advanced encryption features like customizable encryption algorithms, secured file wiping, two-factor authentication, and built for securely sharing files with others. This makes it compliant with the world's most stringent security standards. Secure Age Secure File, advanced encryption and digital signing for mission-critical files. Schedule a no-obligations demo or proof of concept today. For more information, visit www.secureage.com/securefile. When it comes to protecting files, including their metadata, it's best to turn to disk encryption. An encrypted disk is essentially a container that safely encrypts every file that goes inside. While most turn to full disk encryption, hardware, and ties data to one device and a single user. Virtual volume encryption, on the other hand, makes a container of any size that can be stored anywhere, from physical media, network storage, or even the cloud. And while encrypted volumes can be shared, they typically rely on passwords, and that can be incredibly vulnerable. Secure Age Secure Disk easily lets you create virtual encrypted volumes that can be shared without clunky passwords. It uses powerful public key encryption so that only the people you trust can open, interact, and modify files, no matter where they are, without leaving a clue to others of what's inside. Secure Age Secure Disk Virtual Volume Encryption to safely store and share sensitive data. Schedule a no-obligations demo or proof of concept today. For more information, visit www.secureage.com/securedisk.
If you're like most people, and I think you might be, you like to feel secure, very secure. Well, I don't want to alarm you, but did you know that there are hundreds of thousands of malware and viruses released daily, and only 10% are detected by antiviruses within the first week? Scary, right? It's okay, Bouncer. Not even you can protect us from the other 90%, but Secure A Plus can. Secure A Plus is the ultimate computer security solution that combines more than 10 antiviruses and application whitelisting, protecting you at all times. And get this, it's absolutely free. Yep, more than 10 antiviruses for less than a dog biscuit. It's also fast, incredibly fast. Why? Well, all of these antiviruses live in the cloud, so your computer won't have to process locally. No, Bouncer, not that type of cloud. Silly dog. It's so fast that you get a full system scan from all of these antiviruses in less than a minute. And remember those pesky, untrusted apps that take it upon themselves to automatically run without your permission? Secure A Plus prevents that from happening, giving you total control all the time. So, it's time you choose the right security solution that'll give protection for you and everyone else. Download Secure A Plus today.
Next is Car Security Diary, our connected vehicle journey with Alina Tan, Edmund Lim, and Tan Pei Su from the Division 0 Car Security Quarter. Following up from their previous presentation on building a prototype automotive bench, they'll talk about connected vehicle technology and protocols beyond the CAN bus.
Hi everyone, my name is Alina, and today together central gateway module is actually connected to the cluster meter as well as the OBD2 diagnostic CAN. And in that, you have your body CAN bus, which is connected to your driver door ECU, keyless entry, so on and so forth module. And then your powertrain CAN.
Next is Car Security Diary, our connected vehicle journey with Alina Tan, Edmund Lim, and Tan Pei Si from the Division 0 Car Security Quarter. Following up from their previous presentation on building a prototype automotive security test bench, they'll talk about connected vehicle technology and protocols beyond the CAN bus.
Hi everyone, my name is Alina, and today together with my teammates, Edmund and Pei Si, we'll be talking about the Car Security Diaries, our connected vehicle journey. So unfortunately, Pei Si's webcam is faulty, so later you will hear her voice. And this is Pei Si, as of now. Okay, cool. Okay, so I'll be talking about the journey of Bench 2, and Emma will be talking about the building challenges, getting into the infotainment system, and Pacey will be talking about the features versus vulnerabilities and the summary of our learnings. Okay, so basically you can't see our faces here anymore because it will cover a part of the slide, but here's a happy picture of us and together with Javier, which is the tallest guy over here. Okay, so again, my name is Alina, and Pacey is over here, as you can see from my mouse, and Edmund is over here. And together, we are representing the Car Security Quarter. So CSQ has a total of about 20 plus members, and we are part of a wider cybersecurity community here in Singapore called Division 0. CSQ also powers the Automotive Security Research Group here in Singapore called the ASRG SIN chapter. Automotive Security Research Group, Germany. And the goals of the Car Security Quarter is to basically facilitate and promote automotive cybersecurity awareness to the community here in Singapore. We want to actually empower like-minded security enthusiasts in gaining hands-on experiences. So over here in the picture, as you can see, we have about 10 of us working on the vehicular test bench, which is our test bench 1. And ultimately, we want to use all of this research to actually contribute to the automotive security in the industry through community engagement and also the building of our test benches. Right, so let's begin about the journey of our bench 2. Okay, so previously from bench 1, we actually mentioned that bench 2 will feature a connected vehicle sort of test bench. So over here, I brought out our previous roadmap. As you can see that we were actually planning for prototype 2 at that point of time, which will actually feature connected vehicles functionality, which will be categorized under the SAE levels 1 and 2. So basically, the SAE level 1 and 2 is sort of like partial driver assistance systems such as ADAS. The ADAS means Advanced Driver Assistance Systems, where you also have your adaptive cruise control and stuff. So we wanted to work towards more of a connected vehicle sort of environment to get the group going. And then ultimately, we want to move towards autonomous vehicles. So over here, as you can see from the left picture, we have our CSQ Bench 1, whereby it's just a few components, 4 different components of the vehicle in fact. And for the CSQ Bench 2, we actually have much more components, even though you just see the cluster meter over here at the top, but we actually have much more components at the lower layers of the bench itself, which I'll go through a little bit more later. Okay, so the inspiration of our bench 2 is that we were actually inspired by things announced in Black Hat US. Since there was already a known finding, we wanted to actually utilize that to allow us to understand different vehicle protocols and the infotainment systems. So as bench 1, there isn't any infotainment system over there because the vehicle is too old. So it will actually help us to understand more vehicular protocols. So the infotainment system is actually vastly different compared to the traditional CAN bus, as there are actually different MOS and Ethernet. So MOS means Media Oriented Systems Transport Protocol, which we'll touch a bit more later. And over here, there are actually different protocols within the central gateway module. There are also different variations of CAN bus that controls different functions within the vehicle. So first up, the central gateway module actually filters out some of the messages that's going through the vehicular system firewall component to say. So as for the PT CAN bus, the powertrain CAN, it actually controls different units and modules associated with the powertrain. So powertrain like your critical system, your brakes, your transmission, or your gearbox systems are considered as powertrain. And as well as your chassis CAN features the controls over modules, sensors and actuators, for example, your power steering. And for KCAN, similar to other CAN buses, it's actually a two-wire body bus that controls modules, sensors, and actuators. So over here, we have a diagram which is not similar to our vehicular architecture, but it gives a good breakdown on how the different CAN buses are actually connected to the central gateway module, connected to the cluster meter, as well as the OBD2 diagnostic CAN. And in that, you have your body CAN bus, which is connected to your driver door ECU and so forth. And then your chassis CAN, your all-wheel drive system, power steering module, and then your powertrain CAN, your transmission systems, your headlamps, and comfort CAN, which is not present in this parking on, is for the HVAC, and then the camera ECU. So all of these are actually connected to the infotainment system over here as well. But this is just a sample diagram. It's not, but it shows a good breakdown on how the CAN bus should actually work in a regular vehicle. Okay, so the journey of Bench 2 on how we actually build, we have a pretty tight budget because CSQ is actually non-profit. So in order to actually understand the test bench through components that we need to purchase, in this case is the central gateway module, the infotainment unit, and the telematics. We also added a few more items such as the cluster meter and the diesel digital electronics module that is facilitating the injection
to the bus. The bench finally powered up. From the left picture, the CAN diagram shows the CAN signal that we are constantly sending. And same with the vehicle spy, you can see the HS CAN 130 on the CAN bus. However, there's another problem. So as soon as we power up the bench, we notice that there are no other signals present on the OBD2 port. So this tells us that the OBD2 port has actually been hardened, and we had to perform a man in the middle to read or inject CAN messages into the network. From the wiring diagram, we then located the points we want to read and inject the CAN bus from, and as expected, we got CAN message activity coming from both the infotainment unit and the instrument cluster, as shown in the bottom right picture. After much experimentation, we learned that the central gateway is filtering out messages to and from the OBD2 port, and only allowed the wake-up signal to be captured. Performing man-in-the-middle gave us access to inject whatever messages we want into the test bench, and we got some interesting results to show for it. For example, the animal collision detection and human collision detection displays on the instrument cluster, shown in the pictures below. After parsing and identifying CAN messages, we were able to replay the same message into an actual vehicle system. So the videos on the left show spoofing of speedometer in the vehicle, where we can clear the speedometer to the maximum speed. And on the right video, we can actually make the cluster flicker and go crazy with the LEDs. Getting into the infotainment system. Following the kidnaps document, it was mentioned repeatedly that the infotainment system can be assigned to an IP address of 192.168.0.1. However, they never explicitly mentioned how this can be done. So we realized that actually an internal DHCP server has to be set to provide an IP address to the infotainment system. In this screenshot, you can see that after setting up a DHCP server, the MAC address of the infotainment is reflected on the interface with an assigned IP of 192.168.0.51. This allowed us to do an initial scan on the infotainment system. Using Nmap, you can see that there were several open ports like port 6801 and 6811, which is used for the OBD2 to Internet access by the central gateway module. We are also able to look into the HTTP port as seen on the right screenshot. At this point, we need more time to research into what we can do with the port service we have discovered and if there are more information to be gathered. So the most cable actually came a little late than expected. After connecting the most cable to the instrument cluster, we observed that quite a few sensor availability are transmitted from the most protocol to the instrument cluster. So shown in the right screenshot, you can see several sensors such as ABS, a read brake telltale, check engine light, and seat belt is on as compared to the left when the most cable is not connected. So next, I'll pass on the rest of the presentation to Pei to talk about features versus vulnerabilities.
Thank you, Lina and Edmund. Hi, I'm Pei and I'll be presenting from here on. So let's talk about features versus vulnerabilities. From the very beginning, when we started on our research, we always looked at potential attack vectors, potential areas of intrusion. The deeper into the research we went, the more we started thinking about, hey, how could this potentially impact the users, right? Because from our standpoint, we're just technically security researchers. We just wanted to test out the features of the vehicles in a safe and controlled environment. But when you put it into the context of regular users, like, just drivers on the road, this very same set of features that you're testing, this could potentially turn into a double-edged sword and place lives in danger when they're repurposed for a malicious intent. So one great example of this actually is the series of attacks targeting a 2014 Jeep Cherokee. If you haven't already, do check it out. Essentially, what happened was that two automotive researchers were in control of the Jeep remotely, and they were able to do a variety of attacks, such as killing the engine or disabling the brakes. If you think about it, if you look at the research itself, these were all made possible due to vulnerabilities in the infotainment system. And the features that they went after, this is the very same set of features that we use when we drive. So there wasn't anything special about the features that they went after. Rather, it was something that we were all using. So this is actually what we kept in mind from the very beginning until now. So let me go through the summary of our learnings from Bench 2. Okay, so our very first learning is actually that a CAN wake-up signal is needed for the infotainment system. This wasn't actually really stated in like many documentations. We had to probe around quite a bit to find out about this. Our first bench didn't have this, we didn't encounter this issue. So when we actually did encounter this issue, we were actually pretty worried that we got a piece of junk. We accidentally paid for a piece of junk and we weren't getting our money's worth, like essentially. But we did see that it was being powered on. Like we kind of saw initially we didn't even see the voltage stabilizing. It was constantly fluctuating, which was a big problem. And eventually, after poking around online a bit, we got more parts, and we also saw that we actually needed a CAN wake-up signal. And that essentially was our very first step. Right, so that was like one part down. It was a huge relief when we all saw it happen because we finally saw the screen turn on. And now we know that we didn't actually get a piece of junk. So, yeah. So for our second learning and challenges, we learned that the central gateway module was able to filter out canned messages and prevent connectivity to the infotainment system thanks to that. So we found this out because we wanted to be able to access the infotainment system via the USB port, the physical USB port on the car itself. And you pretty much think that when you plug something in, it's plug and play, you'll be able to work directly, right? No, we're pretty much mistaken about that. So we had to cycle through 5 to 6 different USB to Ethernet adapters. And my God, that was a huge pain. Like, we went through so much just for that. Turns out only a very specific chipset would cause the infotainment system to respond to it and give us the desired output that we were looking for. And even then, after we got the adapter, right, we still had quite a bit of like manual configuration to do, like setting up a DHCP server, assigning the IP address manually, and it had to be pretty specific. So it's 192.168.0.51, and a bit like a couple of other configurations later, here we are. And that's what you see from the screenshot itself. And at the same time, if you did an Nmap scan, if you did an aggressive Nmap scan, right? Oh, we sat there for so long. I don't suggest you do that on a regular basis. It's a huge, it's the most time-consuming thing ever. Please don't ever do this if you're doing like a recon on normally. It's really noisy. Yeah, we did it for this particular car, and we saw that port 80 was open and port 6801 was open. So yeah, there was that. The summary of what we learned from Bench 2 was that the MOST protocol allows some sensor signals to be transmitted to the cluster meter. A CAN wake-up signal is required for the infotainment system. Without it, you're most probably going to end up like us questioning like, what have I done wrong? And have I been scammed? Did I buy a piece of dead metal or plastic? So yeah, you most probably did not buy, you most probably did not get scammed, but you most probably just needed a wake-up signal. And lastly, the central gateway module filters out canned messages and prevents connectivity to the infotainment web server itself. Feel free to approach us or talk to us over in the Discord server if you have any queries, or if you want to listen to us talk about how much pain we went through just for this. My God, we are so not triggered, but like we're quite traumatized from this entire. It was fun, but would I go through the experience of looking through 5 to 6 USB to Ethernet adapters and scrolling through mindlessly on so many car hacking forums, or yeah, mostly a lot of forums? I would do it again, but that was a huge pain though. Especially at like 1, 2 a.m. where Alina would be sending us like so many articles or links to some weird website where we had to translate it because it wasn't in English. And yeah, that's like a whole new world by itself. CSQ has always been and will always be a continuous effort, and our main goal has always been to understand vehicle architectures better. In order to do so, we must be able to build more benches so that we are able to experiment with them hands-on, and we are able to learn better that way also. And at the same time, we are also going to continue our research with our 2 existing benches, because we haven't really, I don't think we've actually fully utilized them. We might actually find something that we never knew might have existed, right? So it's always a continuous effort in that sense. And these tests that we're conducting, they range from remote attacks to key fault infotainment, ECU testing, and side channel attacks. So there's no limits. We are still going to go on doing what we're doing. And yeah, we're going to see how far we can take it. And eventually, we want to be able to progress towards autonomous vehicles also. That's our eventual goal, since AV is actually a really big thing, and it'd be a really, really fun area for us to explore. So if there's anyone who's willing to sponsor us, do drop us an email. So we've actually come to the end of our presentation. We hope you've enjoyed whatever we've presented about just now, and we hope that you actually learned something at the same time. If you have any questions, feel free to ask us over in the Discord server. We are Car Security Quarter Kampong. And a huge shout out and thank you to Emil for having us at SINCON 2020. And we hope to see everyone at next year's SINCON in person. So thank you.
The digital environment is constantly evolving, and so are the threats. With such an abundance of new technologies and information being created every second, the only effective way to protect our digital assets is through constant, comprehensive threat research. For more than 30 years, Trend Micro has been at the forefront of the micro research, a research organization which combines the best security experts in the industry with state-of-the-art machine intelligence to improve prevention, detection, and response to the evolving threats of today's cybersecurity landscape. Trend Micro Research takes advantage of sophisticated automation tools to identify new threats more quickly and accurately than ever before. An ongoing research and analysis of identified malware and threats gives us an unparalleled insight into how and why they work. Our team of security experts constantly identifies current and emerging trends, technologies, user behavior, and market and geopolitical shifts, so we're able to accurately anticipate the threat landscape of the future. With vulnerabilities, it's a race against time to patch or mitigate before exploits can be developed and deployed. That's why it's so important to identify them before they can be discovered and exploited by attackers. Through its zero-day initiative, the largest vendor-agnostic bug bounty program in the world, and repeatedly a top supplier of vulnerabilities for Microsoft, Adobe, and ICS CERT, Trend Micro Research is the global leader in vulnerability research, regularly providing protection months ahead of the public patch being available. When cybercriminals want to get into a specific organization, their weapon of choice is most often a targeted attack. Trend Micro researchers regularly analyze such attacks, providing insight into each step of the attack lifecycle and how best to protect against it. We also develop and employ innovative technologies to analyze data from the Trend Micro Smart Protection Network, identifying potential targeted attacks within our own customer base. Artificial intelligence and machine learning are critical elements of cybersecurity research, helping identify malicious emails, phishing, exploits, and many other threats at greater scale and more rapidly than any human. Trend Micro researchers and data scientists have been working with these technologies, developing solutions to combat threats and improve detection since the beginning of the 21st century. The next wave of innovation is already upon us, with smart homes, smart factories, smart cities, and transportation systems becoming an attractive new target for attack. Trend Micro researchers study these areas to better understand how these technologies are currently being used, how they could be used in the future, and how threat actors could potentially target them. Criminal underground communities are a valuable source of information. Working with global and local law enforcement agencies, Trend Micro researchers infiltrate and analyze the many criminal undergrounds that exist around the world. We use the knowledge gained from research into criminal underground communities to improve our products and the protections they offer against the threats launched by these criminals. From the very beginning, we have stayed ahead of the curve, constantly innovating in our mission to make the world safe for exchanging digital information. Because in the fight against cyber threats, knowledge is power.
Hello everyone, thanks for your interest in Yes We Hack. Today we will speak about how security leaders fight cybercrime with bug bounty. I'm Eileen Neo, the APAC Regional Lead for Yes We Hack, and it is my great pleasure to speak with you today. First off, I'd like to introduce Yes We Hack. We are a leading global bug bounty and vulnerability disclosure platform. We are running over 400 programs in more than 30 countries across Europe, APAC, and the US for clients ranging from startups, global banks to governmental institutions. We also have a large community of cybersecurity researchers with over 20,000 vetted ones spread across 120 countries. The issues we solve are common to CISOs and their teams. We've learned that over the last 2 decades, security professionals have seen a radical change in the way IT impacts the environment. Cloud, APIs, data, IoT, agile methods, shift left, all of these trends are leading to an expansion of the IT attack surface. Basically, every organization is delivering more code at a quicker rate, increasing potential vulnerabilities on their assets. Despite these dramatic changes, the means of auditing and securing IT systems, usually through pen testing, have not changed over the last few decades. As a result, there is a real dilemma between the rapidly evolving IT landscape on one hand and obsolete security tools and methods on the other. Not to forget that this is all in the context of continuously increasing threats and scarcity of skills. So how do we address this? Among a few things, we have Bug Bounty to help us address these security gaps. Bug Bounty provides security teams with the operational agility they need to bridge the gap between modern IT processes and security. What is Bug Bounty? It is an enhanced version of pen testing. There is access to more talent, more time to discover interesting bugs, and only valid findings are rewarded. Organizations reward ethical hackers for the vulnerabilities they report within a controlled environment. There are strict rules on what they can and cannot do, what kind of tests they can run, in which environment, on which scopes, which bugs are prioritized, etc. There is also a clearly defined rewards grid, which defines the bounty amounts according to the severity of each bug reported. Naturally, the more critical the bug is, the higher the reward would be. Yes We Hack's Bug Bounty platform connects clients to our community of hunters. This is where you will run your bug bounty programs, invite hunters, and manage your bug reports. There are 2 main types of programs, private ones and public ones. Most clients are doing private bug bounty programs. They work only with selected hunters based on the program requirements. This can be 5, 10, 50, or even 500 invited hunters that you can rotate over time to get a diversity of skill sets. Such programs remain confidential and are not advertised. Then we have public programs where anyone within the hunter community can submit a bug. Private programs are a great place to start with, as we maintain a lot of control over who we work with. An organization may choose to go public if it wants to publicly showcase their commitment to security and if it is very confident of the prospect of working with a large community of hunters. How do we get started with bug bounty? There are 5 simple steps. First of all, we would define the program rules, which include the scope of the program. For example, is it a domain or a subdomain, a web or mobile application, an IoT firmware, etc. The qualifying and non-qualifying vulnerabilities, what types of bugs qualify for reward, and the bounty grid, which is indexed according to the severity of the vulnerability, low, medium, high, or critical, based on the business impact. Lastly, any relevant information for the hunters, such as the guidelines they need to follow, or how to get credentials for grey box testing, etc. We would then choose to launch in private or public mode. In private, we would select hunters to work with. This could be 550 or 500, depending on the objective. In a public program, we launch to the entire hunter community. Once the program has been launched, hunters begin their testings. They submit their findings through the platform, assigning a severity level to each bug. We would then validate each report. Are they within the rules? What is the business impact? And what is the severity level? If the vulnerability is valid, the hunter is rewarded based on the severity level and bounty grid. Only the first hunter for a given bug is rewarded. Other reports on the same bug are marked as duplicates and do not qualify for a reward. Once the vulnerability report has been validated, you may proceed to fix it. Once the fix is applied, we ask the hunter to check if the fix has been properly applied until we are sure it is resolved. Bug bounty has been gaining popularity, and no surprises, as it has many merits. Firstly, it is highly effective. You can tap into a large talent pool, not just 1 or 2 pen testers, and whenever you need, as long as you need. And hence it extends your testing capabilities and more interesting bugs are found, thereby maximizing your risk coverage. We very often deal with heavily tested scopes, but never fail to quickly discover high or critical vulnerabilities. And as only the first hunter for a certain bug qualifies for a reward, the healthy competition encourages hunters to surface vulnerabilities as soon as possible. It is also very cost effective, as only valid bugs with business impact are rewarded. With a classic audit, we pay for the man-hours regardless of whether anything valuable was found. In fact, one of our clients, one of the largest Asian banks, found that they were saving 4 times per bug on bug bounty as compared to pen testing. Lastly, bug bounty is built for agility and can launch in any environment: pre, post-production, UAT, black to white box testing. I will be diving deeper into these 3 points about bug bounty's agility in the next few slides. Let's start with flexibility. There is a common misconception that bug bounty is only suitable for very agile companies, but that's not the case. Whatever the level of agility, all businesses can launch crowdsourced pen testing in a few clicks. There are usually 2 types of clients that we see: those who are already in some kind of DevOps transformation and those who are still working with a more traditional waterfall model. For clients in the DevOps journey, they run continuous integration and continuous delivery, so they need to have continuous testing as well, because they basically deliver code every day. And with bug bounty, they have the ability to do continuous testing that surfaces bugs at the same speed that those bugs are created by their development team. For clients in the waterfall model, their releases used to happen rather infrequently, every 3 or 6 months, but now it's been shortened to every month or every week. Hence, scheduling old school pen tests so frequently is not an option. With bug bounty, even clients in the waterfall model can quickly mobilize a group of hand-picked ethical hackers in a few clicks to surface bugs during the acceptance or the testing phase in the pre-production environment, and then fix those bugs before each release. And they can suspend, update, relaunch, or stop the program at any moment whenever they need a security review. Bug bounty is also very empowering for developers. Today, as a result of the need for speed, we see that developers have more and more latitude and autonomy in the way they work. They deliver more and more code on a quicker basis. Security professionals today are outnumbered massively by developers. In such a context, if the security team cannot find a way to effectively embed security within that process from early start on, they may find themselves progressively set aside and basically completely losing control of the situation. One way to address this is to actually raise awareness, to train those developers and to have them implementing best practices in their work. But how to do that? Theoretical trainings are one thing, but bug bounty brings a much more pragmatic approach to this. Through a platform like Yes We Hacks, developers can directly communicate with the researchers who found their bugs. And through this direct interaction, you create real awareness, you enable a transfer of skills between the hunters and the developers. You can actually then identify potential security champions within the dev team. We even see clients where it's not anymore the CISO or his team who run the bug bounty programs, but security champions within the dev teams. The CISO team then becomes more of a service provider who orchestrates the programs at a higher level. Finally, bug bounty enables many diverse automation use cases. Pentest leaves you with a static document, like a PDF. It is very difficult, if not impossible, to actually use it at scale. With bug bounty, you have structured data because the reports are filled by the hunters through the platform interface using standard fields. When the information is received by the client side, the report manager will then update and validate this information. So as a result of this process, you get structured and validated data which you can integrate into your workflows and tools. Hence, you can automate many things, many tasks that otherwise would be done manually or would not be done at all, just because they're time consuming. A first use case is the most obvious one, ticket management. For example, our Jira connector automatically creates tickets and eases the internal management of vulnerabilities and remediations. It also creates transparency and accountability on the IT side. Another use case could be regression testing within your CI or CD pipeline in order to replace the manual work of code reviews for security issues with automated security testing using the data from bug bounty reports, which are then directly pushed into the CI or CD pipeline. As a result of such use cases, many clients start seeing security from a proactive point of view as an enabler instead of being an obstacle. A third use case is virtual patching. As we know, manual patch creation often becomes unfeasible as the number of vulnerabilities grow. That's why our platform enables our clients to easily update and fine-tune their web application firewalls with the vulnerability data generated by our programs and converting this data into virtual patches to maximize their protection system's efficiency. As we've established today, the old security assessment model is no longer effective. Security needs to be an integrative part of internal processes and potentially continuous. Testing once a year while release cycles run on a monthly, weekly, or even daily basis is ineffective and exposes companies to a lot of security risks. When speaking with security leaders, we see that the question among them is no longer whether they will or will not run a bug bounty program, but rather how they will do so and where do they start. And this is where Yes We Hack is able to help. Thank you all for watching today, and please feel free to contact us with any questions you have. Have a wonderful day.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Bone, and I'm your MC for this talk. Next up, we have an informative segment on tracking black tech activities, attacks to what you trust, and blind your defenses. Our two speakers are senior researchers Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Bone, and I'm your MC for this talk. Next up, we have an informative segment on tracking black tech activities, attacks to what you trust and blind your defenses. Our two speakers are senior researchers from SciCraft. They share a wealth of experience between them. They have presented at many cybersecurity conferences and seminars around the world. So without further ado, please welcome our two amazing speakers, CK Chen and Minsky Chan.
Hello everyone, I'm CK. I'm happy to come here to share our research, tracking black tech activities, attacks to what you trust and blind your defense. Today, my partner Minsky and I will share our research and several case studies about how we can track in the black tech APT group and their tactic and technique they use in this attack. First, let's quickly introduce ourselves. I'm Zhonghuan Chen. You can just call me CK. I'm a senior researcher at SciCraft. I'm also a retired CTF player. I found the Bamboo Fox CTF team when I'm a student. My research is focused on malware analysis, APT investigation, and machine learning. I'm also an active member in Taiwan security communities like the HICOM and CHRoot. My partner, Simin Zhang Minsky, he is a senior security analyst in SciCraft and mainly focuses on incident response, APT research, and threat intelligence analysis. Our company is SciCraft, which is a startup company that moved to our third year. And we focus on applying some AI in the cybersecurity problem, and via the autonomy system and human AI collaboration. And currently we have three systems. The first one is a Zensor, which is a threat hunting system that helps us to collect information and some threat information from the endpoint. And the CyberTotal is our intelligent fusion platform that can help us to integrate and collect a lot of threat intelligence. And finally, the Cycaria, which is an AI analyst, and also the main platform for our analysts to do the manual analysis. The Cycaria is a brand of our APT analysis. So these three systems plays an important role that can help us to do analysis and investigation that we will mention today. We also participate the MITRE ATT and CK evaluation in this year and last year. In the last year, we get a very nice result. And if you are interested about that, you can follow our article in our official blog. Come back to our talk. Today, our outline is listed here. First, we'll give the introduction about black tech APT group. And then we will show a trend about threat actors' tactic that we monitor recently. And then we will go deeper to discussion the technique used by the attacker. So we will have the three case studies: compromise outsourcer, blinded monitor, and DLP system hijack. And after three case studies, we will go through the conclusion. So we first start from the introduction. The black tech is known as a TS cookie, plead, or water bear, and is one of the most dangerous cyber espionage, and continue to evolve and expand their attack. And their target is mostly focused on the East Asia target. This group has very high technique that has the ability to develop their own sophisticated malware and shellcode, and apply many interesting obfuscation techniques. And they always use some legal service to disguise their malware, like they use the Google Drive RAT and utilize the Google Drive to steal the data. They always target the weakest point of the partner and the supply chain. And we have monitored the black tag attack continuously and have a chance to monitor their attack several times. Here is some related research about black tag. So show what not only us, but any APT research in the world, especially in East Asia, is very interesting about this group. So here is some report from the Trend Micro and JP-CERT. Not only the black tag, we also tracking a lot of APT in Asia. In this 2 years, we tracking several APT attack case study in here. And what we point out in the orange one and the red one is conducted by the black tag. And we also publish the other report like the Chimera and the CPC COLAC. And these two events is conducted by the other APT group like called Winty. And today we will mostly focus on what we write in the red, these three case studies, and of course is conducted by the black tag. And here is some threat actors tactic trend. In this year, we monitored the black tag and find that they specific targeting the enterprise trust entity. Maybe it's a software, maybe it's a hardware, or mostly the supply chain of IT that involve the software developing, dispatch, and update. In the past, like the sea cleaner and shuttle hammer event is all conducted by this group. And the other thing that we want to point out is the service outsourcing is also the common model for business and a very important way for the attacker to penetrate into your system. So many companies and organizations will choose to outsource their IT service to shift their responsibility. But however, there is minimal or even no security management or security auditing to conduct to these outsourced vendors. Yeah. And so if the outsourced vendors being penetrated and compromised, you will lose your data and your system will be indirectly being penetration. And even worse, sometimes these outsourcer vendors have very high privilege, like AD, access management, or network management service. In this case, if your outsourced vendors is compromised, then the attacker can have a very high privilege in your IT environment. So here I point out a question. Does your outsourcing vendors achieve the same security level as your organizations? If not, this vendor will be the bright point of your security defense. So we quickly start today's case sharing. So in today's presentation, we will have 3 case studies about the black tag APT group. The first one, compromised outsourcer, blind monitor, and last one, DLP system hijack. Well, the first one is a compromised outsourcer. As we just mentioned before, this is a case that your IT outsourcer has been hacked. Let's go to see the detail of this attack. Okay, we still need to give some introduction. Though many vendors, company and organization may choose to outsource their IT service, especially for the medium level enterprise. And the security management and auditing is very low to these outsourced vendors. So these vendors become the blind point of your organization's defense. Yeah. And in the case that we share today, this organization outsources all their IT service to the other vendors, including endpoint management, server farm, network, and security. So you can see that also vendors have a very high privilege in this case. And most of this is that less effort is spent to manage these outsourced vendors. And the organization's IT infrastructure, including about 50,000 endpoints, and have a 24/7 security monitor. But however, they are still hard to discover fighting this APT attack. So what we first find is a GD rate, and we discover this malware in 10 endpoints and have the same MD5 hash. The malware disguises itself as a legal tool like called FGCB updater. And we call this malware the Google Drive RAT because they utilize the Google Drive to upload the data that's trying to stolen. So this one uses a Google Drive API and upload the data they collect into a Google Drive storage registered by the attacked. And the malware is not a new one. It already been discovered in the 2015. So here is some document in the hacker registered Google Drive storage. And the virus total information is listed here, so we can see from the 2015 this malware is already active. So we discover malware is not the end, but just the beginning of our investigation. So next question is how the attack can implant this Google Drive RAT into our endpoint. So we start trying to track it. How attacker can deploy the malware. And we find out the GD rate was deployed by the police backdoor. The hacker deployed two malicious files from AD, the GCP exception and the ZPRA loader. And both of these two file names is disguised as a legal and security related file name. That means the attacker already have some basic knowledge about the victim's environment and their software configuration, so they know what kind of product and what kind of tool they are using. Okay. So we discover this malware in the cache directory from the AD. So these two malware is highly positive to being dispatched from the AD and GPO. So we continue to analyze the first one, the ZPRA loader, is in fact the plate backdoor that trigger your GD rate we previously mentioned. And this malware will drop the .NET 4.0 CPL file and executed by our IEGSV32. And it will also inject the malicious code to the process and connect to the C2 service. Here we marked the most important part. Yeah. But however, the most important part is that this C2 server is in fact the AD server. That means the AD server is already compromised. And here's the process graph. Yeah. So yeah, the malware we mentioned about is here, and he will drop and use the IGSR SVR32 to run this malware, and it's come from the GPS script. And we continue to tracking back how this malware is being invoked. We can track into our the other malware that we discovered is a GCP exception. And the GCP is the government configuration baseline like used in Taiwan's government to checking the configuration of your system to achieve the baseline security. However, this one is a forged one and is a Visual Basic script. And this script is a little obfuscate. And after decode, the program is just like this line, use a W script to launch a zprop loader. And zprop loader, yes, is a previous malware. So we continue tracking how the GCP exception.vb is being invoked. And we find that it utilizes the GPO to launch this malware. So from the code graph, we can see the one W script that we mentioned in previous slide is this node, and it's come from the GP script. And then invoke the zprop loader, and finally come to our FGCP updater, which is our Google Drive malware. So this chain shows me that the code is like a group policy attribute. GPO is being utilized by the attacker to deploy their malware. So yes, again, that shows the attacker already have a very high privilege in the AD server. Yeah. And with this method, the attacker can deploy their plate backdoor to victim. And their malicious shellcode will also inject some payload into the explorer.exe. And so this node is a memory module that is malicious and injected into the explorer and launches command line and launch the Google Drive backdoor several times here. And we also find that one of malware has a valid certificate, just like what we show in this feature. And this company is widely appear in the APT attack. The certificate of this company is widely used by the APT attack. So with a valid certificate, it's more easily to bypass some security product. Okay, for now, we already have several codes like how the attacker can launch their attack. So we know the attack first uses a GCP exception to launch the zprop loader, and finally invoke the GD rate. So next, how the attacker can do these things. So as we previously mentioned, attacker already have a very high privilege as an AD. So next we move to the AD server and to see if there are any abnormal activities in the AD. And we find out the AD is already compromised in this day, February 28. In this day is our national holiday in Taiwan, and most people is take a holiday this day. So the attacker choose this day to launch their attack. And we monitor the suspicious login event and file drop event in this day, and drop the suspicious file in Windows IME/IMESC directory. We also monitor some malware in AD server, include imetc.exe and set.dot. But however, these two files have been deleted and we cannot recover it. But however, with the command line and parameter like used to launch an attack in the event log, we can reasoning the functionality about these two tools. So so here is a command line of the imetc.exe. So we can guess this malware is used as a tunnel and port forwarding hacking tool. And for set.dot, this file, we think this is for the file compression. Okay, we already find some code in the AD, so we continue to move on. Next, we find how attacker to launch their attack. They use some AD object command to move the endpoint they want to attack into a special group so they can control and deploy malware in the same time. So they use several commands like dsmode, dsquery, and dsmove. And these commands are built into the Active Directory domain service. So the most important part is list one, so he move a computer into a group, so they can set the GPO and deploy the malware to this endpoint that they want to attack. And we also monitor that attack use a PowerShell script called OK.ps1 to control this special group. And similar, this file cannot be recovered. And the attacker also generates a report from a specific GPO via the get GPO report command to get a result of their execution. So now we have a more view about this attack. The attack first comes from the OK.ps1 and launch the malware that we mentioned previously, and to deploy their malware into a target machine. So next, because we find that AD is compromised, so we try to see who logged on into the AD, who is being compromised, and found that the outsourced computer logged on the AD in the same day, February 28. So in this moment, we start to think maybe it's the outsourced computer is being compromised. So next, we scan all the outsourced computer, and we found some endpoints is infected by the APT malware. And the malware information is like this one, the file seek.exe. From the file name, we can refer its activities. And this malware is a keylogger. To bypass the security product, they try to do a binary padding and encrypt the file size. So may some antivirus may bypass this malware because it have a large executable size, and load the encrypted shellcode in the same folder. And the shellcode file name is called file seek. And this log file, the keylogger, the log file will store in user's folder, like this path, user's name, ntuser.dat.log3. And the interesting part is that the username is hard-coded in the malware. That means this is a target attack. The hacker already knows who they want to attack and actively pursue and try to compromise a target user. And here is the encrypted log file. And we find that their file encryption methodology is similar to the past please shellcode encryption method, just what we depict in this block. And this part is the original encrypted log file, and after decrypt by the method, we can discover the plain text. And here is some Chinese, however, it just tell you that please enter your password and the password in the mail server, and then the victim type their password here. So from the log file, we can find the password. Of course, we mark out the password here. So by this methodology, the attacker can steal the password of the outsourced vendors. Yeah, so now we can have a more complete picture about this attack. The threat actor first used a file seek to compromise the outsourcer's computer. And the file seek is a keylogger and help the hacker to harvest the credential. And after the hacker have the credential, he log in into the AD server and deploy the OK.ps1. And in this AD server, they start to deploy their malware into the other victim endpoint. So the GCP exception .vbe and invoke the zprot loader, which is a plate malware, and finally use the GD-RAID and abuse the Google API to upload the stolen data into a Google Drive. Okay, so this is our case 1. So from the case 1, we can see that many companies will outsource their IT service and to shift the responsibility. But however, the security problem exists. The outsourced vendor may not have enough security ability as you have. Thus, these outsourced vendors become the weakest point of the company's security. In this case, the hacker would like to abuse the legal application to achieve their intent, like they abuse the Google Drive, and they also disguise their malware with a name, like some normal program, and also use a GPO AD object commands. This gray zone makes the investigation and detection more difficult. Okay. In the end, this case study also shows how we do the investigation and to a large number of endpoints and discover the whole attack storyline. And this case shows that a human is still the one important factor in the supply chain. Then we move to the other case study, the case 2, Blinded Monitor, disarming security system and product. In previous case study, we focused on incident response and threat hunting. In this part, we are most focused on the single malware, so we change our viewpoint from investigation to a malware reversing. In this case, we discovered the attack in 2019, August 22. And we discovered this malware first, and we analyzed this malware, and quickly informed some related vendors. This malware applies several very with this interesting technique, like the dynamic decryption and encryption, the function payload, to anti-memory forensic. And the second thing is that they try to hook in the specific function to disarm your security system. And not only us monitor this malware, the Trend Micro and T5 also discover this malware and publish their report. So you can also reference to these two report by Trend Micro and T5. So we just quickly go through the shellcode injector. So this malware will have two shellcode and inject to a different service. And the service one is a BFE and an SI. And the second service is a language server sense, WIM MGMT and WAUSERV. And he will patch the first shellcode into a service one and try the first shellcode will inject the second shellcode to the service 2. Okay, here is some script. And this part is how the shellcode, how the attacker patch the shellcode. So here you can see the attacker trying to find something in their shellcode that the value is the 0xCCCCC. And if he finds this match number, it patch into the PID like a target process that they want to inject. Yeah. And we see the shellcode one is a dynamic encryption function. In this part, the most interesting thing is that, as you can see, there is a lot of encryption function here. The attack used the symmetric encryption. So every time he calls a function they want to invoke, like the check file mapping, they will first decrypt the file payload, and afterward, after finish the execution, they encrypt it again. So when you want to conduct some memory forensic, you possibly cannot find the malware's pattern because every function payload is being encrypted and only decrypt when this function is being invoked. Okay, so here, this shellcode try to check the file mapping and check the process about some systems, security systems exist and trying to do a sleep. And the encryption function here, okay, sorry. So here, this function, this shellcode will try to blind your security product if he finds some security system and move to sleep and loop again. Continue to find your security system and continue to inject some shellcode into this security product. Okay. And here's their encrypt function. They have the match number and do a simple XOR with the XOR pool. And here is the init check process content. Yeah, so just like normally, just init the process. Yeah, of course, because the IIT table is being hidden, so we recover the IIT table. And he find a PID in the list and traverse to the PID. And to find, this one is most important, they try to do string compare to check the module name is equal to some security system. If this is equal, they will inject the shellcode into this process and trying to blind your security product. How they blind your security product is they trying to hook the ZW open process and to make the BFE and NSI, these two services cannot be open. And they hook this function, get its 10 TCP table. I think their target is trying to hide their C2 server's address. And the payload is hidden in this function, get RTT and hoop count. Yeah. So here is a partial function content. Yeah, the more complete one is here. They try to patch a ZW open process. Just like everyone do, like first get the module handler and to get a proc address and identify the ZW open process address. And here, this part, they're trying to patch the ZW open process. So here you can see some assembly they directly right into the ZWOP hook. And next, they get the RTT and hop count. This location is that they're trying to put their payload into this location. And this part is to patch the get extend TCP table and jump, patch with the related jump and calculate the get RTT and hop count. And put this address here and do the memory copy. So this part they put a jump address in the first instruction of the get extended TCP table and jump to the get RTT and hop count. In this part they start to force write and write the hook payload into this location and override the jump instruction in the first of the get extend TCP table. So after these two part is complete, the taker already patched the get extend TCP table to jump to get RTT and hook hop count, and which is the adversary's shellcode. Yeah. So this is how the attacker can blind your secure product. Yeah. And we continue tracking this malware and find that there is a adlog.exe, and the IIT table is being modified and point to SQLite 3, and this line is in fact implanted by the attacker. Okay, so here is the screenshot of this is the SQLite 3.dll. And the attacker also use in this part this DLL, even though its name is looks very benign, but however is a malware. Okay, and this malware use the Heaven's Gate and to inject shellcode to the WinMGNT, Sense, and WAU server. And this DLL also use an interesting. This shellcode also have a very interesting technique that they put the shellcode inside the NSV-CRT, the C runtime's memory. So attacker just put some garbage that collect from maybe not the memory content from the VC runtime, and before and after the shellcode. Yeah. So when you try to analyze this malware, you get a memory patch, and you may find that it's come from the Microsoft CRT. But however, there are small shellcode hidden in the memory. Okay, so this is our case 2. So in this case 2, the most interesting thing is that the threat actor trying to inject the shellcode into secure products to make them blind. And we can observe that the threat actor is very familiar with victims' environment, including their security product, so they can know which version and which kind of product they are using, and the name of this security product in their process. So they can make a specific technique to blind this security product. And the second interesting thing is that they are not to make this system crash, because make this system crash is very easily to attract the blue team's attention, but they try to make them unaware and make them blind about the malicious activity and the C2 server's location. And this malware applies several tricks to confuse memory forensic. The first one is dynamic encryption. So every function payload is being in the encryption format. Only when they are trying to invoke, they will decrypt the payload, and after the execution, the function body will be encrypted again. The second is that they put the shellcode in the middle of the benign process memory content, so make it more harder to find. The next one, that you use the chain, like use a benign malware with a benign software with a DLL sideloading, and load the great DLL file. This one is also benign but being modified a little wise. And finally, loading to the malicious DLL. And this chain make tracking the malware more harder. Yeah, so this is our case 2. Show that how a attacker can blind the security product. Okay, so the next part, the DLP system hijack. My partner, Ms. Kim, will discuss this part in more detail. So let's welcome for Ms. Kim.
Now we will talk about this case, a case on DLP system hijacking. In this case, the attack had targeted a DLP system by using DLP program to deploy the malware. The malware invoked the techniques of DLP hijack, Heaven's Gate, and appending the contents of kernel 32 before the shellcode to create confusion and misdirections. First, the attack modified the legitimate DLP system file called log4c.dll in order to modify its import table and plan a new entry. And the log4c.dll will log the true malware, such as securityfile.dll or libdig.dll. When the malware runs, it will inject the shellcode to be relevant service. Knowing that, the attacker also used the technology of Heavenscape to run the 32-bit shellcode on a system 4-bit system. The purpose of this is to circumvent the detection of IT security software. The flow of the attack shows as follows. First, the DLP program will read log4c.dll, which had already been modified by the hacker in advance. The hacker had modified the program by adding one new entry to its import table. The goal of this step was to deploy the true malware. Once log4c.dll initiates the malware, it will read the payload under specific paths for decryption and exclusion. When decryption has complete, the malware will inject the malicious shellcode into system service. After that, the infected process will be connected to C2 to obtain the command or malware of the next phase to be executed. Summary of this case. For this case, the attacker has used a legitimate DLP program to bring in malware in order to circumvent the inspection of IT security software. However, DLP is commonly used by organizations that deal with more sensitive information for the purpose of data protection. Not only that, since most DLP programs can only be executed with high-level privilege, so developers should adapt more security software development process to ensure the quality of their programs in order to prevent hackers from taking advantage of such vulnerabilities. On the other hand, when organizations purchase security products, not only depend on their security feature, but their software security and high code quality. Conclusion. In summary, we have shared some case about BladeTech APT, showcasing how the attack the trust component of an organization's operation. We know that most companies and organizations tend to outsourcing their IT service without actually have the commons to manage or audit their contractors. As a result, these contractors, usually IT service providers, would end up becoming the point of vulnerability in their information security. Here is the takeaway. If your organization has outsourcing IT service, you must make sure that you have the capacity to evaluate your service provider's competence in information security and they have a total awareness for security. Knowing that your organization must the competence to audit and manage your service providers. we have shown how a tech will try to breach the defense of your organization's information security. And they could target more than just your organization's systems. Potential target could include your organization's supply chain, such as product you use, your service providers, and their employees. And this is the conclusion of our presentation today. Thank you.
Best party ever? Yeah, it's been a great 2019 challenge.
challenging year, but excited about 2020. Harangi!
Harangi, innovate without fear. Semua bisa jadi macam.
I moved my whole life from America to come here and help build Harangi. I didn't know what I was getting into. I thought for maybe there was like 5 minutes or 10 minutes when I first got here where I panicked and I said, holy crap, I don't know if I made the right choice. Almost 2 years later, I'm pretty positive I made the right choice. I've learned so much, I've grown so much in the time I've spent here, and I'm definitely a better person for it. I'm locked in here till the end. Hopefully that's a long way away. I really hope for 100 more years of good stuff.
Harangi, man, best company ever. Innovate without fear. Woo! All day, every day.
Harangi, thanks for having us. We are having fun.
Thanks for the party, Harangi. Best wishes for the future. Success matters to me more than anything else.
Yeah, first off, I just want to thank everyone for coming out. So we have lots of people here, so obviously a lot of tigers from Harangi, tigers, significant others, as well as, of course, our customers, investors, and partners. So thank you everyone for coming to the event. Hopefully you guys enjoy the food. It's great. So if you are taking pictures, make sure to tag the restaurant on Instagram, so it's Suhoroki. Ask someone for spelling, because I'm not too good at that. But yeah, it's been a great year for us. Obviously, in 2019 has been challenging in many ways as we've grown from a small company to a bigger one. So we're about 75 people now, growing consistently in the space, and of course now moving on up to a new office in Suntech. But yeah, I think it's going to be a good night. It's just beginning, and a great sort of launch into 2020. And of course, everyone is here, especially with the white t-shirts, which mostly Harangi employees now. I think a lot of them have given away as well. We spent a lot of time working hard on building the company and the brand of Harangi to what it is today. So I really appreciate everyone's help in doing that. So yeah, thanks for attending the events. Please have some drinks. I think we're here till at least midnight, if not later. But yeah, thanks everyone again for coming. And where's Mark? No. Yeah, cheers to Harangi in 2020, and of course all of our wonderful customers, partners, and investors that help us do it. Thank you, everyone. cheers to Harangi in 2020, and of course all of our wonderful customers, partners, and investors that help us get here.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. This is Cameron here from the SINCON crew. Welcome you back to SINCON 2020. Next up on the main track, we have for you a talk by Alice Hammond, a familiar face to those of us in the local security scene. He's given numerous presentations at meetups and even last year's Infosec in the city. He's recently begun on a new role as a vulnerability researcher at Exodus Intelligence. His talk is titled Obtaining 800,000 Windows Binaries via Windows Update. Take it away, Alice.
Hi all, I'm Alice Hammond. I'm here today to give my talk, Obtaining 800,000 Windows Binaries. Let's dig in. So, first off, the obligatory About Me slide you may have seen me present here. I was at SINCON last year. I'm Alice Hammond. Don't worry about pronouncing my name. If everyone gets it wrong, don't worry, it's all good. I am English, to answer all the questions I inevitably get after the talk. I'm English. I've been here for 4 or 5 years or so. Normally when I do these talks, I'm representing my then employer F-Secure, but I'm not representing them today. I just want to make that clear. I did this piece of research while I was employed with F-Secure, so I want to mention them in that they funded the research. So from a moral perspective, I just want to mention them, but I'm not representing them today. So if I say anything you don't like, take that with me, not with F-Secure. Yeah, sorry, I'm still getting used to presenting in front of a monitor and not an audience. It's weird. Anyway, my background professionally is in reverse engineering, vulnerability, location, kind of exploit development, that kind of stuff. I spend a lot of time poking around in debugger, looking at Windows internals, writing exploits for like heap overflows, use after freeze, that kind of thing. So I mention this because when I talk about the research I've done and I'm presenting today, there's very much a slant for it to be useful to that kind of person. I do want to mention, just before we go any further, I'm not a real software developer or a real sysadmin or a real database person. So I have kind of like done some time as these, apart from DBA. So go easy on me when you look at the code, okay? That's all I'm saying. So before we get into the presentation proper, I'm going to have a quick mention about the aim of the research that I carried out, because it sounds a bit of a kind of unusual, weird thing to do, right? To just obtain 800,000 Windows binaries. So the motivation for doing this stemmed from my kind of wishes to obtain a large amount of different versions of the same binary. So be it kernel32.dll or notepad.exe or NTOS kernel or whatever. I wanted a system whereby I could query for a file name or an executable and get back all the different versions from all the different patch levels of Windows 10. I think this is going to be a useful tool. I think this is a useful piece of research. A couple of like different ways of using it. Obviously it has blue team value because the blue teams like to get their file hashes, right? But the kind of main thing that I wanted to do it for was so that I could observe the way that data structures and parts of the Windows code evolved over time. So if I wrote a tool that relied on some internal data structure which wasn't documented and I'm not supposed to use, sorry Microsoft, then I might want to go back and look at how stable that's been. If it's changed a lot over the last 6 months, then I probably don't want to touch it. Whereas if it hasn't changed for a very long time, then maybe it's time to cross my fingers and take the plunge. There's lots of other uses of this, of course. I mean, even as a vulnerability researcher, other ideas instantly pop to mind. If you've got 80,000 binaries, if you've got a load of binaries and say like, I don't know, 100 copies of kernel 32 with different versions, you might want to diff through them all, patch or bin diff them, finding silent fixes. So if there was a security bug, or if there was a bug rather that had security impact, and maybe it was miscategorized as not having security impact, or maybe someone tried to sweep it under the rug, or it was accidentally fixed or whatever. So there wasn't a proper CV put out and a proper analysis done of the bug. Then you could like pick it up from that, right? Also, if you're fuzzing stuff, as like I spend a lot of time fuzzing, if you're doing that, you might want to locate areas of Windows that haven't been updated for a long time. So stuff like, I don't know, parsers for WMF files, maybe, I don't know, throw it into this system and find stuff that hasn't been updated for a long time. Perhaps the last time it was touched was before the SDLC was quite as rigorous and enforced. Conversely as well, you might be more keen on finding code which has been changed a lot. So if you some area of churn where you might get bugs introduced as lots of different developers work on it, or you might combine those two and decide, oh, I want to find an area of code that changes a lot that references an area of code that's very old and doesn't, because that we get that interface, and that's where all these funky bugs start creeping in. Going back to being a vulnerability developer person, it's also the ability to analyze all these binaries and find things like ROP chains. If you're writing a ROP chain, you need to maybe guarantee is the wrong word, but if you want to support different scenarios, you want to make sure your exploit is going to work on a wide variety of different patch levels, this will probably be a good way to do it. You can grab all those binaries, run them through your ROP gadget, find a tool of choice, and check out. Make sure that all the gadgets you need are present. There's loads of other things I think that other people are probably going to find to do with this data set, but these are the things that kind of I started using it for. So with that said, I've kind of justified why I started this now. That said, onto the ever-present agenda slide. That's everyone's second slide. I split this kind of task up into three main parts. Firstly, I kind of decided that all these files would be best fetched from the Windows Update server, since it holds like a zillion different files, right? So if I can enumerate those files and download them, then I can find all these juicy binaries I'm interested in. So clearly the first step is enumerating all these updates, so getting a big list of them from the Windows Update servers, finding out how to download them, be it over like HTTP or whatever. Once that's done, the next step is to extract all of these updates. So when we download an update from Microsoft, it's not going to be a zip file full of like juicy binaries, right? We'll need to do something to extract the contents. And then finally we'll have to index them somehow and store them, so that when I'm doing some exploit development and I have a particular binary like Windows Codex Raw DLL or whatever, then I can query this database, this kind of set of data very quickly, instead of needing to kind of go and archive like a billion gigabytes of data or whatever. So with that said, on to the first step, which is enumerating all of these updates. So the way that I attacked this, the kind of first instinct that I had to do this was to use Microsoft's own tooling for interfacing with Windows Update. I figured that would be the most comprehensive way of doing this. So in this case, I turned to a product called Windows Server Update Services, WinSUS, which is Microsoft's tool for managing updates over kind of enterprises. It is licensed with Windows Server, so if you have a Windows Server box, you probably have a license for this already, which is cool, because I didn't really want to buy another product just so I could, hack it, kind of. Anyway, one thing I will mention, if you're, I'm not going to go into detail about how to set this up and how to use it. Because I'm zooming through my content because I have a load of slides to get through. But if you're interested in that, there are like proper sysadmins who do this. One thing I do want to stress though is this is a moderately complex application. So if you open it up and you're used to things like apt mirror, which is Debian's way of mirroring large repositories, which is pretty much just a web server, it's nothing like that. It's like levels above it in complexity. It has a lot of flexibility, so it integrates with Active Directory, and you can be like, oh, here's my 10,000 endpoints, and we can say, oh, you want these endpoints in this particular group, which might be like technicians' computers. You might be like, oh, they should get like updates as soon as they're released, but then updates for, I don't know, the finance department or the accounting department or something like business critical should be delayed until I can manually approve them after QAing. Yeah, so it's very complex and it does lots of things. It's not as simple as just mirroring a load of files. The other thing I want to mention, it's also quite resource heavy. So if you end up doing this, don't expect to run it on like a little 2-core VM. Give it some horsepower. If you have the means, stick it on a proper SQL instance instead of the cut down instance that it has. It does require some babysitting, so I wanted to do the minimum amount of work in WinSUS that I could. So I wanted to use WinSUS, get the data I need out of it, and then process it myself. I didn't want to get bogged down with the complexities of handling WinSUS. I think also the use case that we've got here, which is enumerating all the Windows updates ever, is not a common thing, right? Most people wouldn't do that. The way WinSUS works is that you have some updates which are superseded, so it might be that there was an update released, but then later on there was another update released which which integrated the fixes of the previous update, and so the previous one gets deleted from the database and all this stuff. But we kind of sidestep all that, which makes the workload a lot heavier as well. So it does require frequent babysitting. If you do this, keep an eye on the SQL Server instance it uses. There are a couple of indexes I ended up adding which had like a phenomenal impact on what I was doing, so do keep an eye on it. Once you get this thing set up, I'm just going to really quickly go into this. I'm not going to talk about WinSUS at length because that's best left to people who know what they're doing. This is the kind of screen you see in WinSUS. You can see there's a load of, hang on, let me select my pen tool here. You see that there's updates for different architectures, 32, 64-bit. There's some ARM. It does have ARM updates in this dataset. They're just not shown in this screen. You can also see that it's got updates for Win 10, but it's also indexed all these Office updates as well. So you can get updates for other products out of it if you want to. I didn't use that functionality because like it was hard enough hard enough for me doing all that Windows stuff. One thing I do want to mention is the sheer number of updates here. You can see there's 221,000 updates that is indexed here, and this is just the critical updates section. This isn't like security updates like patch drivers, that kind of thing. That is just that. So there's quite a lot of data there. That's the point I'm getting to. So my first thing after I got this thing set up and working and synced it with the upstream servers was, okay, how are we going to hack this? Fantastic, let's work out how to hack it, because that's how I think, right? So first thing I noticed, it does have a Microsoft SQL Server as a database backend. So I was like, oh great, fantastic, no problem. I'll just connect to it and I can do like select star from updates or whatever, get a load of URLs, everything's great. I don't have to touch this big application anymore. So you can just connect to it, throw it into SQL Server Management Studio. You see this you can use this named pipe to connect to it. But it's actually kind of complicated, and when I say complicated, it has like 117 tables. And this is just the metadata for all these updates. This isn't the update files themselves. And still, the database on disk, mine is like, as I say, 18 gigabytes. Which, to be fair, it could be because I had an index or two, but nothing like gigantic. So this is big and this is complicated. And I kind of realised after an hour or two that, yeah, 117 tables, this is not going to be as simple as select star from updates where target equals win 10. Yeah, this is a complex application. I need to kind of approach things differently. So I stopped trying to mess about with SQL, which is probably a good thing, because when I actually read the manual, which I probably should have done first, but there's actually a documented API for this thing. So there's loads of tools that Microsoft make available. There are PowerShell commandlets, there are like COM objects to manipulate all of this data. I'm going to use C# because that's like a language I'm comfortable with. You feel free to use anything. The code is super simple. I'm going to throw some code snippets up on the screen. I figure this is a recorded talk, right? So if you want to sit down and look at it, you can pause the talk and look at it, as opposed to just like when I do it on, if I'm doing it live, then I throw code up and everyone's halfway through reading it when you go to the next slide, right? But I'm just going to throw it up. The code is very simple anyway. All we're doing here is using the WinSUS kind of get update server method, and we're saying, I'll connect to localhost, get all the update categories, and by categories we mean here's a list of the categories in my test server. So one category might be like Windows 10 LTSB branch, for example, or might be all of these. And in this example, I'm just adding them all to the scope of the updates that I'm interested in. Whereas in reality, obviously, you'd want to limit this a bit more. But then you can just get update count, you find out how many there are, and it's actually really easy. Then you can call this magical get updates method, which will just let you enumerate over the updates. And then eventually you get this origin URI, which is literally just a HTTP URL that you can fetch the updates from. So this is quite useful, right? This is like not much code. There's like 20 lines there. Most of them's like write line or whatever. You can condense it down to 3 or 4 lines of code if you wanted. And we can filter as well using these products and classifications. So if you see this classifications tab up here, I don't have a screenshot, but you can do things like selecting driver packs, or excluding driver packs, for example, or like desktop experience or such like. So you can filter this reasonably well using the WinSUS kind of Windows Update tools. As I say, it spits out the URI it kicks out is just a HTTP I think URL. So you can just throw it into Chrome or just wget it or whatever, dead easy. And when we do so, we find a big list of files. one thing I noticed right away is that there's quite a lot of different size files here. So this one is like, what, 9 kilobytes, whereas some of them are like, over 2 gigabytes. So there's a lot of different, there's a wide variety of different things. I was kind of wondering if I'd see a fairly uniform kind of set of updates, or if some things will be very big and some very small. Like, the other thing is they're not all the same file format. I was hoping they'd all be the same file format, but kind of anticipating that they wouldn't be. So the first thing I did after doing all this was to assemble a set. This is from a Windows 10 test analysis that I did, which just included all of the updates for any category involving like the letters 10. So it's quite a lot of updates. So I wrote some SQL, grabbed the file extension from all of these, and made a pretty graph. And this is what we see. We see that the files that we get from Windows Update turn out to mostly be cab files with a cab extension, which you might be familiar, you might not. Some of them are executable, not many, but a handful, and then a bunch of them are ESD files. So it's kind of this graph is a little bit deceptive, sort of, because while these ESD files here do only form like 10% of the files there, they're the big ones. So if you sorted this by file size instead of by number of files, it would probably be the other way around. You'd have 90% comprised of 3,000 ESD files. Anyway, I'll go through each of these file types in order and how to extract the files from them. You might already know it. You might not if you're familiar with some of these things. First one is the ESD file, which is kind of the same thing, sort of, as a WIM file. You might be familiar with WIMs. WIMs are a Windows image file format that Microsoft introduced with Windows Vista. They're the same file format that Windows Installer uses. So if you take a Windows 10 install DVD, you'll find a big file called install.wim that holds pretty much just a file system that gets imaged onto your box when you install Windows, amongst other things. It's quite a cool file format in that it supports like dedupe and compression and loads of cool stuff. But the best thing for us is it's documented and it's supported, and the tools to manipulate it are already on your Windows box. If you're following through with this, I would advise updating the version of the manipulation tools you get, install the ADK. There's a blog post that goes with this that'll go into these details, so I'm not gonna labour the details a lot. I'm just gonna say, yeah, check that out. The one good thing about WIM files is they can store multiple file system images. So here's a look at one such update. So this is an update that came from Windows Update, which contains this version of Windows 18.362. Client business, yeah. Anyway, you'll see it's got 5 different index entries here, and that's denoting it contains 5 different images. So these two are obviously some kind of install payload. There's files for Win10 Enterprise, files for Win10 Pro, and then there's 3 kind of installer kind of environments. So this file is only like 2 or 3 gigabytes, but you can see that there's like 14 gigabytes in each of these two image files. It's deduplicating quite well. So the point I'm trying to make here is that your WIM files contain a whole bunch of different files contained discretely within separate file system images. The tool I use to obtain this list and to manipulate these ESD files or WIM files, I'm just going to call them WIM files because I keep calling them WIM files anyway, is DISM, D-I-S-M, this thing here, which is the Windows kind of, it is a tool for manipulating these. It can, one thing it does do, is, as opposed to extracting these files, it just mounts them. You'll see this mount WIM argument here, and we are just saying, oh, here's my WIM file, mount it into this directory from the first image. So if it was the same thing as before, the same file as before, that would be the kind of WinP setup files, right? So once it's mounted, there's no kind of that you don't have to extract the whole thing at once or unzip it. You can just mount it and then use it, which has upsides and downsides. You've got to be an administrator to mount it, and you've got to. It does mean some like additional overhead in making sure you don't leave it mounted and that kind of thing. But once you do that anyway, you find that all of this data. So this is all the data that's inside that WIM file, and it's cross-platform. So I've got all these ARM files in it, for example. So you end up with a big file system that you can like peruse and index and look at your leisure. So that's great and that's useful. There are some caveats to this one if you're following through, and while I kind of focused on using the Microsoft tool to do this because that's what I'm familiar with, there are actually open source tools, and I think using an open source tool to manipulate these would probably be would probably enable us to enhance our tool, the analysis tool, a bit more. I'll go into that later on because I have a slide at the end about like improvements. So I'll go into that later. I'll just leave it at that for now. There are some caveats if you're playing along at home. One thing to be aware of is the max path limitation. As you're probably aware, there's max path is like a Windows file length limitation that your paths can only be, is it 260 something characters, something like that. But it's a hard limit on that, which has been removed or disabled in like modern versions of Windows. So do make sure that when you do your analysis and indexing of these files, you're using your code is able to deal with these long file names. So if you're using API calls in the Win32 API, make sure you can. One neat way to sidestep it is to use the NT style paths where you put this question mark. That's like a way to get around it. Another thing I'd like to point out if you're following along at home that might catch you out is that because these image files contain an entire file system, not just the files themselves, they have like loads of other metadata such as ACLs. So as we saw in the previous screenshot, there was a program files directory. So I would imagine that would have an ACL on it saying that only administrators can write to it. So your tool that's mounted it will have to observe those ACLs, and there may be things that your tool is unable to access. So I saw a lot of this in my output saying that this path RT backup in the log files WMI was inaccessible. Purely for, well, I suspect because of the ACL issue. That's not the only thing. Finally, there's also the possibility of symlinks in the image that you're loading, so just do be careful before you traverse into any directories that you're not going to inadvertently start indexing your own system. But anyway, the long and the short of it is that they're a supported file format and they're pretty easy to observe. There's some details, but I'll leave those on the blog and you can read them at your leisure. The next archive format that we have to deal with is the cab files, which are cabinet files, which is a very old Microsoft file archive format. I don't know exactly how old it is, but I seem to recall I was using it in the Win 3.1 days. Maybe I'm wrong and I'm not, but it's still pretty old anyway. So it's very well known and it's very well supported. Again, Microsoft have a tool for manipulating these, which is included with Windows again, which is fantastic, right? And in this case, it's the expand.exe tool. Where's the expand.exe? And you can just feed it the file name of what you're going to be doing and tell it to extract. I have used the directory name mount point because I'm lazy and didn't want to create another directory, but it is just extracting, not mounting. But then it just copies all of these files into the output and everything's great. Everything's extracted. Fantastic. No need to worry about ACLs or anything because it's not a real file system. So that's dead easy, right? Which brings us to the last one, which is executable files. Sorry, 2 minutes. Yummy. So brings us to the last one, executable files. So there aren't very many of them in this particular update set of Windows 10. I did see more when I was looking at older updates from like Windows 8, Windows 7, that kind of thing. It's kind of tempting to just run these, right? Because they all support an extract command line argument. So you could just invoke them and then look at the files, but I really didn't want to do that. Partly because I was worried about them changing the system state, installing updates, installing some runtimes, but mostly because I didn't want to jeopardize cross-platform compatibility. I want to be able to to analyze say ARM binaries, for example, on an x86 system, and obviously I can't run them without like jumping through hoops and emulators and all that stuff. So, being the intrepid reverse engineer that I am, I threw this into everyone's favorite decompiler, IDA, and I saw all these symbols here: SFX, EXE, cab. Fantastic. So it turns out this is as you might be aware, this is an SFX self-extractor, which is a very common file format. Like WinZip used to be able to generate them back in the 90s, whatever. So this file format works by just having a compressed blob of data in the resource section and then a very thin kind of shim that just gives you a UI saying extract these files, hit OK to extract or whatever. It's very well known. It's so well known, in fact, that even like 7-zip will extract them. So you can just go to 7-zip, open these executables, as if they were archives. It'll find the archive, fantastic, you can extract it, fantastic. Unfortunately, there's a bit of a caveat here. There's a bit of a sneaky bit in that you'll get all these files out, but they don't actually make sense. For example, here's a file that I extracted, and you'll see it's called entosKernel.exe, so you'd expect it to be ntosKernel.exe, right? I'm just going to hex dump it so we can see what's inside. But this is not an MZ header, this is not a PE header, this is not what we'd expect to see from the NTOS kernel, right? So I spent a fair amount of time researching this. Maybe my Google skills aren't up to what they used to be, but I spent absolutely ages pinning down what this is, and it turns out, somewhat frustratingly, it's an entirely supported and entirely documented confession system of Microsoft. It's called the Intra-Package Delta. I spent absolutely ages digging this out. I'll just throw these links up here if you want to like pause it and look. The first one is a white paper all about them and how fantastic they are, and the second one is a link to some API documentation. And they're just like Delta files, right? So the whole thing that you have your original file, and then you apply this file as if it were a patch. It's like a diff, and then you get the new version from it. That's all they are. I say all they are. I spent absolutely ages trying to figure this out. So the good thing about this, after having spent absolutely ages banging my head against a wall, it turns out they're really, really easy to manipulate, because once again, all the tools we need are in a normal Windows installation. In this example, they're just like libs, right? You just install these two. Sorry, you just include, because they're already installed, include these two header files in your C code. This is the patch file, so the file that we've extracted, so the file that we've got from Windows Update, which contains the diff. So it's not an executable. It's not really an executable. It just claims to be. Call this magic API function, get some information about it, and then this magic API, pass it the thing you're patching, so the kind of source for the diff, give it the patch, and it produces this fantastic target, which is the new version of the file. The other thing that we can, just to point out while I'm on the subject, the other giveaway that this is an IPD file is this. You see this R? So this is coming from the extracted file in the update. So when you look at when you extract the executable, you see an R directory. In case my accent is so bad you can't understand, you see an R directory and an F directory. And one of them is a reverse patch and one's a forward patch. I really should have bought a better pen for this machine. Sorry. So what this means is that your reverse patch will take the older version of the file, and then when you apply the patch, you will get to the newer version of the file, and the forward patch is the other way around. Sorry. The forward patch indicates you would take the older version of the file, apply the forward patch, and you would get to the new version of the file. And then the reverse patch is the other way around. And these updates provide both of these, which is quite useful for us, because it means if we have like one file missing, then we can still make things work. We can still get the files that we need. So anyway, with all that done, those magic 2 API calls that took me ages and ages to locate, we've kind of solved how to extract all this data. We know how to download it from Windows Update. We know how to extract the files we're interested in. So let's dig into how we're going to store this, because I wouldn't say it's a gigantic problem, but as for me, a lowly reverse engineer who's used to like looking at IDA, working with CSV files, occasionally an SQLite database, it was a lot of files for me. So as I say, we're working on this Windows 10 set, which is all the versions of Windows 10. This is just for practicality purposes, because of the size of the files. I have done some other analysis of like previous things like Win7 and Win8, and the same techniques really apply. I'm just focusing on Win10 here because otherwise we'll be here all day kind of explaining, and I'm already almost half an hour in. So in my Win10 set, there are 35,000 files to download from WinSUS, and by this I mean that's the ESD files, the WIM files, the cabinet files, the exe files. These files that we download and need to extract the files from. There's 35,000 of them, which is quite a lot, right? It's not a gigantic amount. It's manageable, but it's quite a lot. If you look at the size of these, though, they're pretty big. All in all, they come to 11 terabytes, which is it's not unmanageable. I can go down to Challenger and buy like a handful of USB disks, but it's pretty big. You know, it's a lot of data for someone like me. Things get a bit scarier when you look at how many files this actually extracts to. So after you extract and deduplicate the files, so throw away all the duplicated files that you get since some are shared, we end up with like somewhere in the order of 14 million files. Not all of them executables, that's since the whole 800,000 thing, but I kind of wanted to store data about as many files as I could. I should mention as well, this is approximate because my this 11 terabyte is archive job is actually still running on another machine next to me, so maybe it's finished by the time you watch this. But yeah, so that's a lot of files. For someone like me, that's a lot of files. I'm not used to dealing with this kind of large file set. So I started looking at ways to fetch these on demand. I didn't like the idea of having like 10, 20 USB disks or even 10, 20 like SATA spinny magnetic disks and trying to find all the kernel 32 versions of them. There's lots of C because it's going to be bad. So I wanted to find a way to fetch these on demand. And as a caveat, instead of just indexing what's in what file, what comes from which Windows update, I wanted to explicitly avoid downloading very large updates. So if I wanted to find kernel32.dll, I didn't want to have to download a 2 gigabyte WIM just to unpack that 1 megabyte file or whatever. So my mind went straight to the Windows symbol server, which you're probably familiar with if you've done stuff on Windows. It's a big repository of debugging symbols or PDBs, so that if you start debugging Notepad, for example, the debugger will go off and it will fetch the debug symbols that go to Notepad, and you can look at the local variables, you get all the symbols, data structures, that kind of thing. The usual flow is that you query for an executable and you get the debug symbols back, which is great. But I found out a couple of years ago that this also stores the executables themselves as well as the debugging symbols for them. As an example, let's use there's a check image command that WinDebug has. And here it's going to take notepad.exe and it's just going to check that the version in memory is correct and hasn't been corrupted. It's intended for use by like driver developers when they get a blue screen crash, so they can analyze it and be like, oh look, you installed such and such software that's not supported, so we're not, you know. So anyway, if we do this command, it will look on the local file system for Notepad and decide it's not there, and then it will hit this HTTP URL. And this is just a straight HTTP URL. There's nothing strange going on here. You can hit that with wget or whatever. And that's what it'll download the executable from. And then it'll go on and do its stuff and say it's okay, or this one isn't in this example because I patched it. But the point is that that's actually really cool, right? Because if we have these like, what is it, 16 bytes or whatever, we can just store that. Instead of having to store notepad.exe in its entirety, we can just store those bytes. So I must admit, when I first found this out, I actually I did it wrong again. Instead of reading the manual, I cracked open IDA and had a good debug. I was like, oh, it's going to be a hash or something complicated. I'll sort it out. But it's actually really, really simple. There's just two fields in the Windows PE header. There's this timestamp and there's this size of image. Sorry, size of code? Yeah, size of image, sorry. And these just correspond straight to these. You've got the time date stamp here, you've got the size of image here, and that's all you need. So if you can unpack all your files from Windows Update, and then for each executable you only need to store these bytes, and then later on when you're doing your analysis you can just do a fetch and get that executable, which is only like 10 kilobytes or whatever. So that's really cool, and that means we don't have to store as much data, so drastically less data in fact. It's not perfect. There are some downsides to this approach. Most obviously, it's only going to work for binaries. So if you're looking at indexing XML files or bitmaps or WAV files or such like, which you might want to do if you're interested in fuzzing some weird Windows file format, then assembling a corpus from historical data would be like a good idea, right? But it's not going to help you here. The other thing is that certain files aren't on the aren't on the symbol server. For example, the modules that handle Windows licensing are something that Microsoft doesn't provide symbols for. Stuff that's generated at runtime, obviously, like some of the .NET stuff that's engine. I've heard anecdotally that sometimes there's some files just aren't there inexplicably. I haven't run across this, but I hear that's possible. And there's also another situation in that it's quite possible for more than one file to share the same kind of URL, right? Because it's not like a secure hash of the file itself. there's a possibility for collisions and that kind of thing, which is unlikely because of the kind of 64-bit address space, URL space, whatever. But it does happen. Here's an example of this. Here we've got 3 files I've downloaded, extracted, unpacked, and you can see they're both cmbins.exe, so they both have the same name. So all 3 of them have the same name. They also have the same timestamp and the same size of code, and that means that we're not going to be able to fetch them from the symbol server. If you load these into WinDebug, for example, it will be unable to do so. And that kind of sucks. We can tell what's happening in this situation, though, if we look closely, because these files are all, if you see how they differ by this part of the file name, they're obviously localized. So each of these files needs to be completely interoperable. So if you have an application like Notepad or whatever that calls load library to load up this module here, it needs to be able to deal with, or needs to be able to load each of these completely interchangeably, as the user might be in any locale. And there are situations in which the Windows loader will use the timestamp as an identifier of the module itself. So it's not really a collision as such, so much as a kind of unfortunate result of the way that the PE loader works. So that kind of sucks. It does happen. It's not really super useful. Sorry, it's not really a huge problem for us. We kind of skate by with it. But yeah, it does happen. So with all that said about the symbol server, let's zoom back to how we're going to store our 12 million files. It was 14 million. Yes, I didn't update this slide. Okay, sorry. It's probably even 15 million now because my analysis is still running. But however many million files it is, you would think with this being a pre-recorded talk that I would get this out. But anyway, I digress. For each of my 35,000 WinSource files, I make a row in this table which just stores the URL, the size, that kind of thing. That comes straight from WinSource. I do store some metadata, so you know how we looked at WIM files and there was images for professional and enterprise. So we store that kind of thing. We have this name, that kind of thing. CAB files do actually have some metadata with them, which I store as well. Turns out not to be very interesting, but I figured I'd store it because it's like tiny. So yeah, why not? You can tell I'm not a DBA, can't you? And then for each of these 14 million files, I take a load of metadata and I store all of this stuff. So we've got the usual stuff like a file name and a hash and all that stuff. We've got a handful of things from the PE header. So we've got the timestamp and the size of code, which are the ones that are really critical for us to fetch the URL from the symbol server, right? I also index the first 1 to 8 bytes of the file because I'm some kind of masochist, but that means we can index on that and we can sort and we can very quickly find situations where files aren't what we expect. So, for example, when I discovered those IPD files that I thought were going to be executables and weren't. There's a load of other fields I store as well, just from the PE. Bear in mind, if you're doing this at home, some of these get quite large. Like some people, you wouldn't think that a product version would be like a kilobyte large, but some people put like entire Git hashes and URLs in them. So be aware of that. I do store the authentic code information as well, just so I could do some interesting like searching through that. And there's not much in the Win10 set, but if you start looking at like Win7 and Win8, there's lots of files that are signed with certs with names like dev cert, do not use in prod. So yeah, interesting stuff. Anyway, great success. I'm counting it as great success because I was amazed that this actually works. It's kind of held together by sticky tape and hope. But the end result is that we have this great big database which holds all of these files, and we can search in a relatively fast amount of time. I can go there, query it, grab the files without having to kind of stop analyzing and doing what I'm doing. Fantastic. As I say, the gory details, stuff like, yeah, I'm not even going to go through it because I'm going to run short on time anyway if I'm not careful. All the details are in the accompanying blog post, which will be on the F-Secure blog. There's also a load of code. So the code that I wrote for this, there is because I left F-Secure and like at the end of this project, it's a bit in limbo. So the code is not fantastic. So if you're used to seeing my projects and seeing stuff that isn't like terrible, this is a change. It's not quite this bad. I'm sorry, I really wanted to get this image macro because it's possibly my favorite image macro. Not quite that bad, but it's still pretty bad. If you want to go in there, write some C# and fix it up and make it not crap, then that would be fantastic. Pull requests greatly appreciated. There are some downsides to my approach. despite my fantastic success, there are some downsides. The most obvious thing is that we do need to download 11 terabytes of data, which sounds like it would be inevitable, but I don't think it is. Like one of the things that ESD and WIM files support is that they store a list of hashes of the files that are contained within them. So we could presumably use the the HTTP range header to just download the data we need and look at the hashes of the files in the WIM file without actually bothering to download them. And there's a lot of duplication here. Like there's like 2 gigabyte WIM files that are localized. There's an English version and well, not a Singaporean. Is there a Singaporean version of Windows? Not sure. I should look that up. Anyway, but there's like different locales that have different. So that there's quite a lot of shared files. So we could probably get around that if we started using open source tools, or we started being a little bit smarter about the way we process them. The other thing is my going on. I love the symbol server, and I think it's an answer to a lot of problems, but it's not perfect for this approach, and perhaps I was a bit overly keen in using it. Maybe it would be better to just store a massive amount of deduplicated cold storage files and do something clever with indexing. If you're a big data person and you want to go and put all this in Elastic, be my guest. This is as I say, the project is kind of in limbo because I'm no longer with F-Secure. So please, if you want to step in and contribute or something, do feel free. Other thing before I wrap up, there are other approaches to this whole project. So when I was about like 80-90% through writing the blog post for this, I suddenly saw this Twitter post where this person was like, "Oh, look at my fantastic index of all the Windows binaries," and I was like, "Oh crap, this person just duplicated all my work. Now my work is like useless, blah blah blah." But it's not, because it turns out it's a very different approach and it has definite upsides and downsides. So this is the one that I'm talking about is the Windows binary index. So it's found at this URL. There's also the guy did a big write up about it, which is quite interesting reading. There's a lot of things that we do similarly, like we both use a symbol server, interestingly, but they managed to sidestep a lot of the complexity of extracting updates by simply scraping. They'll scrape, instead of using WinSUS, so they don't use WinSUS at all, which is obviously a good thing. They scrape the Windows catalog for updates, which is like a web interface that Microsoft have for downloading updates. They have some Python that will scrape that and download them. And one of the nice things that when you do that, they're all in the same file format. They're all MSI files, so you don't have to deal with like cabs and ASDs and all that jazz. Once they've got those, they'll extract only the manifests from the file from the updates themselves. So they don't need to mess about with applying like IPD files or extracting or anything like that. They just want this manifest, which is like an XML file, because one of the things it contains is the file hashes, so SHA1 or whatever of the target files of like kernel32.dll or whatever. And then what they'll do then is then feed that hash into VirusTotal, which is the kind of cool thing that I didn't think of. Because obviously, if you go to VirusTotal and feed it a hash, it can then look up and tell you some stuff about the executable if someone else has already uploaded that executable, right? And that includes the magic size of image and the timestamp fields. And with that, they can then query the symbol server and get the binary itself, which is a really cool way of doing things. The other major advantage that they have as well is that whereas my tool is a very kind of researchy thing, my output is a gigantic SQL database, and if you want to look at it, you're expected to go and hack the code and query the database and mess about. Whereas there's a really nice web UI on this. Sorry, I'll just remove my inking. There's a really nice web UI on this. You can just hit this. This is just, I went there like just a few days ago and did a search for kernel32.dll, and you can see there's like loads of things. And if you hit these download buttons, you'll just get a download link and you can just download it. So it's really quite nice. It's really quite polished. And if you just want to like go and find some Windows files, it's probably better to just do this. If you're not doing like crazy research. There are some downsides to this approach. Obviously, if files aren't on VirusTotal, then they'll be missing from here. You can see there's some metadata missing and that kind of thing. But in general, it's worth looking here. One thing that I've been in contact with the person who's in charge of this, and I promised them that I'd send them a big archive of binaries as I extracted from my approach, because the idea being they can feed it into this tool and then you get the best of both worlds. But I haven't, because I'm awful at doing things when I say I will. Just ask the conference organizers. Anyway, there's also this other tool, OS Watcher. Here's a quick copy and paste. This aims to be a tool to track the evolution of operating systems by pretty much you install it, you run this tool which will index what's going on, and then you can kind of diff between things. This tool is by the same person and is very closely related to OSWFS Windows, which is just focused on Windows file systems. So if you go to the Git page, it's actually a Git repo that's just full of all these files, right? So you can be like, oh, when did the documents and settings directory start existing? And it's like, oh look, it was committed on Windows XP Service Pack 3, which is a really cool way of doing things. I really like how you can use Git for this because it's just so cool. My Git foo is not fantastic, but this demo is from the author's Twitter, and they're saying, oh, when was this file sgrm broker first introduced, which is one of the mitigations. So they've done some Git magic up here, and they found, oh, it was introduced in Redstone 4 1803. Pretty neat, huh? I think that's a really cool thing because it kind of leverages Git and does all this cool stuff. Okay, I'm just about making time, so I'll wrap it up now. Key takeaways. First thing, I'm always going on about it because I think it's a vastly underrated resource, is the symbol server. It's fantastic, great for executables as well as PDBs. It's fantastic, everyone loves it, except people who have like files with the same hash. But anyway, I digress. The other key takeaway, obviously, you can bulk download all these updates to find some cool stuff. There's loads of scope for doing cool stuff here. If you're into data analysis, take a look. Well, if you're into data analysis, you can probably think of something to do with these files. If you're into, I don't know, as I say, if you're a blue team, maybe build some hashes. If you're a machine learning person, I don't know, you can feed it in and then some magic occurs and you get, I don't know, Windows 2030 out of it, I don't know. Anyway, if you want this data set, the code is available online, and the blog post that goes into the gory details is available as well. I'll drop a link to that. The data set itself isn't yet, but if I get a chance, I'm going to throw if you really need that data set and you want to do something with it, let me know and I'll figure out a way to get it to you. I would say catch me at the bar later, but obviously I'm in my house right now, so catch me in my kitchen later or something. I don't know. Okay, that's definitely time. So now I believe I'll be answering questions. If you've got questions or comments you want to give to me constructively, I am on Twitter. I do talk about computers occasionally. Yeah, just come check me out, talk to me, heckle me, whatever. Now I'll be answering your questions. I hope you've enjoyed the talk.
Digital data circulates like the blood in a human body. Through day and night, they carry the information that keeps the world working, making the world a better place. The advent of smart home devices and the Internet of Things has brought convenience and comfort to our modern life. Meanwhile, there are the misuse of the data, and that underlying malice is infiltrating the matrix of the healthy veins, threatening the wealth, life, and privacy at a scale beyond imagination. Who is the one to shield people against such an unprecedented crisis? Panasonic Cyber Security Lab. Panasonic Cyber Security Lab is a safeguard for the modern life of convenience and comfort. We analyze threats, eradicate breaches, educate and promote the mindset for corporate cyber security. We engage in exchanging thoughts from all fields and embrace innovation and progressive techniques. Panasonic has long been avant-garde in promoting your smart life intelligence. And we, Panasonic Cyber Security Lab, are a guardian securing the world from all cyber threats.
Hey, yeah, this is Bone again. Our upcoming talk will cover the history and the purpose of post message function, its security issues, and finally how we can search for its vulnerabilities. Developers and those interested in this topic should definitely tune in for this amazing talk. Our speaker is an information security researcher and a pen tester who spoke at events such as Zero Nights and Off Zone over the past couple of years. So let us welcome Tatiana to the stage.
Hello everyone. Today I'd like to talk to you about post-message security. In this talk, I'm going to cover these topics. We start with a bit of theory, then analyze vulnerabilities types, then I'll provide some real-life attack scenarios and advice on tools that can help in post-message analysis. I hope it will help you deeper understand post-message communication and give you the motivation to search for post-message vulnerabilities in bug bounty programs or in your work projects. Let's talk a bit about cross-origin communication. All modern browsers implement a well-known SOP, same origin policy, which restricts script on one origin access data from another origin. This is the base security mechanism that prevents JavaScript from malicious website to affect other websites opened in victim's browser. Origin here stands for protocol, host, and port, which means that even subdomain of one high-level domain cannot communicate with each other. However, in order to enrich web applications functionality, developers need mechanisms for cross-domain communications. There are some ways to allow accessing data from another origin. One of the old methods is JSONP, or JSON with padding. It allows to get data in JSON from a different origin. We can use script src to request JSON data that is then processed by callback function specified in get parameter. In this example, an application sends a request to example.com/JSON data and then runs the process data function on the received JSON data. Other methods include opening hidden iframes and sending information in URL or sending post requests to another origin. But all these techniques have one common disadvantage: they are not bidirectional. For bidirectional cross-domain communication, we have an HTML5 extension called postMessage. According to Mozilla Developer Network, the window postMessage method safely enables cross-origin communication between window objects. For example, between a page and a pop-up that it spawned, or between a page and an iframe embedded within it. We send a post message via the post message function. So in sender code, we open a pop-up window or an iframe and then send post message using popup.postMessage function. On the receiver side, we initialize a receiver function, for instance, receive message, and add event listener on message event. Once the message received, the registered function receive message will handle it. Incredibly simple, but highly effective. There are several variants on sender objects. It can be window opener if pop-up window sends a message back to its opener. In case iframe window sends a message to its opener, it will be window parent. When an iframe is opened by another iframe and sends a message to the furthest outer window, it will be window top. When sending to an iframe window, we will use iframe content window. And finally, when replying to post message sender, we can use event source as a target window. Not any data types, not any data type objects can be sent using post message function. The objects that can be passed through post message are limited to HTML5 structured clone algorithm allowed types. The list includes 16 objects, which you'll find on the slide. When should we expect to come across post-message communication? Nowadays, a lot of modern web applications utilize post-message. The most common use case is probably authentication via another resource. Like if you want to log in to an online shopping web application, you can log in via your social media account. Sometimes it works using post message. Another common pattern is payment forms in iframes. This is a commonly used solution that makes PCI DSS scope much smaller and easier to comply to the standard. Browser plugins use postmessage to communicate with web pages opened in the browser. And of course, ads and analytics receive information about users' actions via postmessage. As there are two sides in the communication, vulnerabilities can be classified in two groups: vulnerabilities on the sender side and vulnerabilities on the receiver side. The vulnerability on the sender side occurs when the target origin is not specified and an asterisk is used instead. That means post message can be received by any origin. If the message contains sensitive data, like PII or a session token, a potential attacker may obtain it. And in case a session token was sent, the malicious user can authorize in the system as a victim's identity. As a simple example, consider example.com sends sensitive information to its opener window without specifying the origin. Malicious window evil.com can simply embed example.com as an iframe and receive the information. So the main threat caused by misconfiguration on the sender side is sensitive information exposure. Vulnerabilities on the receiver side occurs when an application does not validate received data or its sender. Processing invalidated data may cause cross-site scripting or other threats depending on the receiver's functionality. Consider example.com registered event listener on a message that sends received data straight to eval function. It's not difficult to highlight a possible threat here. Maliciousevil.com again embeds example.com as an iframe and sends a payload specially crafted for receiver function. Here it sends just JavaScript alert 1, and once received by example.com, it triggers an XSS. The type of XSS that occurs in such a scenario is DOM XSS. That means the payload modifies document object model environment in the victim's browser. There are several dangerous methods that can lead to DOM cross-site scripting if post-message data is passed to them. They either modify DOM, redirect, open windows, or execute code. Inner HTML and outer HTML embed elements, attribute, and can embed malicious script code. Document write and write-ln on functions. Pass They write the pass string to the page, including any code. Changing a page location via location ref, window open or location replace could be exploited to perform at least a redirect or even accesses by passing a JavaScript or data protocol handler. When passing HTML into a jQuery selector, it evaluates and JavaScript events handlers are executed. Data passed to eval function is evaluated as JavaScript immediately, and finally sending src attribute of a script element allows a script to be loaded from an attacker control server. Setting the text content inner text allows the script to be modified. That's it for the theory. Now I want to share with you some real-life scenarios where misconfigurations of post-message communication led to serious security breaches. It's not easy to detect vulnerabilities in post-message, as JavaScript is not often straightforward. I believe being aware of possible exploitation scenarios may help in web application security analysis. So in the first example, we have a main website with main.com domain and an authentication portal auth.com. In order to log on successfully to main.com, the main page opens auth.com in an invisible iframe, sending a target URL and request ID as get parameters to this iframe. If a user is already authorized on auth.com, it sends an authorized token back to the parent window using target URL value as an origin. In a possible attack scenario, an attacker can open auth.com in iframe on their website. When a victim visits evil.com, their browser sends a GET request to auth.com with evil.com as a target URL. Auth.com then sends post message to evil.com with the authorization token. The important point here is it will only work if session cookies on auth.com have a same-site non-flag set. Same-site cookie attribute allows to declare if a cookie should be restricted to a same origin context. The same-site strict value allows to send cookie only in request initiated by its origin. Because the request to auth.com was initiated by another origin, example or evil.com, it will require the same site cookie to be set, the same site attribute of cookie to be set to none. And same site lags value restricts browser from sending cookies in normal cross-site sub-requests, including iframes. But they are still sent when a user is navigating to the origin site. And recently, the majority of browsers added a security feature which sets same-site lags attribute value if it was not implicitly specified. So in this attack scenario, the session cookie should be implicitly specified as same site none in order to attack to be successful. The next interesting case is cross-site scripting in Reveal.js NPM module. The bug was found by SPQR user and has a CV number. Reveal.js is a framework for creating presentations. At first, Reveal.js has a setup post message function that allows to call arbitrary Reveal.js method without message origin validation. So at first, it checks that the message is in valid JSON format, then checks if the method exists, and finally calls it. The researcher chose the addKeyBinding method, which pushes the provided key data, code description, and callback into the registered key bindings array. This registered key bindings array then embeds into HTML without sufficient validation within the showHelp method. It means that XSS payload provided as description value triggers XSS. In order to exploit this vulnerability, evil.com embeds reveal.js.com as an iframe or opens a pop-up window. It works in both cases. In the first message, it sends the method name addKeyBinding with XSS payload in description argument. Then it sends another message calling the showHelp method, which, as you remember, embeds a description value into HTML without sanitization and thus triggers XSS. The next type of vulnerability researched by Franz Rosen is a client-side race condition in post-message communication. Post messages have some special properties that make client-side race condition possible. Sometimes it's possible to send a specially crafted post message before the legitimate one to your end listener. If all the checks on receiver side are bypassed, an attacker may alter an application logic. So consider a main website has a form from another origin on it, from formsupplier.com. The process of submitting data is the following. At first, form is initiated by JS file from form supplier. When form is submitted by a user, and event listener is initiated on main.com. Then, on step 3, message is sent to form supplier from main.com using post message. Form supplier gets the message and runs an AJAX call to save it on a form supplier server. When successful, on step 5, a post message is sent from form supplier back to main.com with the status. The listener catches the response and runs redirect function. The redirect function gets follow-up URL value from a post message and uses it as location ref. So the possible attack scenario here is to send our own message with arbitrary follow-up URL. But event listener is initiated only when the form is submitted. That's why we need to raise a message between the form submission moment and before the value message from form supplier. What an attacker can do is implement a malicious web application that opens main.com in pop-up window. Then start sending a bunch of messages saying the form is successfully submitted and follow-up URL is a URL to a phishing page. When the victim fills in the form and submits, attacker's message is more likely to win in event listener function because form supplier needs to both get the post message and send an AJAX call to save the response until it sends a valid response back. Of course, client-side race condition isn't limited to redirection, like in this example. It depends much on the JavaScript logic implemented in the application. In all of the above examples, message sender's origin were either not checked at all or not properly checked. There are some methods of how you mustn't check the origin if you are a developer. The first is indexOf function. So indexOf searches the first occurrence of the string, hence using a valid domain as a subdomain of our own site will be past the check. The next method is search. It's important to know that search takes a regular expression as an argument. So if we pass just our domain there, for example, example.com, treat it as a regular expression. But in regular expressions, dot stands for any symbol that's y, x.mple.co regular expression will suit example.com and will be found inside the string. That's why the check will pass. And conclusion here, always escape dots in regular expression. Once you decided to escape the dots, don't use replace function as it replaces only the first symbol and stops. For instance, the replace function was executed on .example.co.nz, but only the first dot was escaped. Again, dot in regular expression means any symbol. Therefore, we can register example eaco.nz that will pass the check. And if all the dots are escaped in regular expression, but no dollar symbol is added to the end, any domain that begins with a matched value is accepted, similar to indexOf. Okay, now we know the theory and saw some real-life examples. At this point, I'm going to tell you about most useful tools when hunting post-message vulnerabilities. Let's start with Chrome Developer Tool. It can be used to read JavaScript loaded on the page, and also it helps to perform a dynamic analysis. You can set breakpoints, debug code step by step, modify variables, and execute code. In this example, I will show you a quick demo which will show you how you can use it while hunting for post-message vulnerabilities. So let's look at yahoo.com as it has a lot of event listener on the page. We open Chrome Developer Tools either by pressing F12 or from the menu. On the Network tab, we can filter files by types like JS files or only XHR. On requests, on the Source tab, we'll find an event listeners list, and we can view registered listeners for message event. By clicking on any of them, we can see the JavaScript code. Then click curly brackets that beautify the structure, and the yellow line points to the handler function. Clicking on a line, we set a breakpoint, and now we can try to send our own testing post message. We opened the console by pressing escape, but now we're stuck on a breakpoint because the function received a post message, but not from us. Let's proceed. The execution. And now we got the second external message. Okay, now let's finish typing our own post message in the console. So finally, we stopped on our testing post message. We can see current state of variables that helps much to understand the function's logic. We can even go deeper and read other functions that are called here and get other useful information about the objects. Next tool created by Abject team called PMHook. This is a special tool for dealing with post messages. It delivered as a web application hosted by Abject and the PMHook.js script. At first, we need to install TemperMonkey Chrome plugin, which allows to execute user script in a context of all the web pages open in browser. So this script should be imported into TemperMonkey plugin and enabled. Let's view a quick demo. So this is the web application and this is the PMHook script. We already imported it into TemperMonkey Chrome plugin and now we need to enable it. So we enabled the script and let's visit Yahoo again. The plugin started intercepting post messages. Now on the tool page, we can click Dump Handlers to view all the event listeners, messages, and sender origins. So if we click to a URL, we expand the messages and message senders. Let's try to replay a message. Clicking on replay. And now we're on a replay page. We can load the URL as an iframe, the target window, or as a pop-up. And now we need to copy the message that we want to send to the target window. Okay, we are copying the message and click fire as string. We also can open the target window as a pop-up window and try to send the string to this pop-up window. So here is the POC code if you'd like to host it on your own server. And yeah, here is also a simple fuzzing functionality. And now we can see a fuzzer log. It fuzzes for a simple access, DOM accesses. And finally, there is a very good plugin for Chrome from Franz Rosen. It finds all event listeners in all iframes on a page, the same thing as PMHook does. But also the plugin unwraps Raven, New Relic, Rollbar, Backsnack, and jQuery and shows the real listeners. It also supports anonymous functions and block URL setting where you can send all the event listeners information. So I installed the post message tracker plugin from source and in the extension options I can set a log URL to my own server to receive event listeners logs. Visiting Yahoo again. Wait a bit and now we can see all found event listeners here. The extension also sends logs to Chrome Developer Tools console. As you can see, there are a lot of things to look when searching for misconfigurations or vulnerabilities in post-message. Analyzing JavaScript is not an easy deal, but there is no any other way to find vulnerabilities. The tools can help much with static and dynamic analysis, and as web applications become more heavy on client side, a skill of understanding and exploiting JavaScript is highly valuable. That is all I wanted to share with you today. Thank you for your attention. If you have any questions, please feel free to reach me in the Discord channel or in Twitter, for example. Thank you.
This is your data. It can be all sorts of great things, like a business presentation, the latest design schematics, even an entire back-end database. It could be the source code for the next big app, or something fun, like an informative product video. To reach its full potential, your data needs to be protected. Most simply get full disk encryption to protect their hardware and call it a day. But there are far worse dangers to your data today than just a lost drive or a stolen computer. Especially while in use, data needs to be protected from breaches or even from accidental exposure. Introducing Secure Age Secure Data, a simple and effortless way to automatically encrypt every file, every place, every time. By having every file in a naturally secure state, accessible only to you or your shared users, data is protected against internal and external threats without compromising user productivity. Here's how it works. Every file is encrypted as soon as it's created, or when it's transferred to your system. The encryption persists even when it's moved to another drive, archived on backup media, or stored in the cloud. Secure data grants inherent defenses to all files, no matter where they go, in a way that's fully transparent to its intended users. A small icon is all you see on every encrypted file. All that's needed to open it is a double click, just like always. There's zero change in user and application behavior while keeping all your data safe from unauthorized use. Secure data even makes sharing incredibly easy for small and large organizations. It uses powerful public key encryption for seamless access control and encryption policies that individualize data and define the intended security measures. Any shared file or folder is accessible only to authorized users, without worrying about decrypting a file or even remembering passwords. Unauthorized users such as hackers or even employees who manage your IT infrastructure won't be able to view the contents of your protected data. This enables organizations to take advantage of technologies like the cloud without worrying about data being intentionally or even accidentally compromised. It simply stays secure everywhere, all the time. Secure data is compatible with modern enterprise security features for deployment on various industries and is compliant with the world's most stringent legal security requirements. Secure Age Secure Data. Encryption for every file, every place, every time. Schedule a no-obligations demo or proof of concept today. For more information, visit www.secureage.com/securedata. Email is amazing. It's an indispensable, non-invasive communication tool for anyone, any place, anytime. It is a digital parcel delivery service, sending files to clinch the next business deal. It's also your identity, allowing others to know that the message is from you. Email is amazing, and everyone is using it, but that's also why it's so vulnerable. Truth be told, your email isn't just between you and the recipient. It's everywhere. making it prone to hacking or man-in-the-middle attacks. Your email needs to be securely encrypted from the source to its final destination. Introducing Secure Age Secure Email, an end-to-end encrypted email solution ensuring authenticity and privacy without getting in the way of efficiently sending email. Email is encrypted in motion and at rest without requiring users to know anything about keys or key management. The encrypted email can only be opened by the intended recipients. Nobody else will be able to view the content, no matter where that email travels or is stored. Before hitting the Send button, select a label to classify your email, such as restricted or even confidential. You can define your own. The label determines how the email and attachments are treated when sent, stored, forwarded, or replied to. Classification and security settings of the sender show up in the email header to ensure its integrity and authenticity. And with digital rights management options, you can control what happens on the recipient side. Privacy doesn't have to be difficult or disruptive. Secure Email is easy to install and use. It works with industry-standard email clients and is compliant with the world's most stringent security standards. Secure Age Secure Email. Encrypted email made easier. Schedule a no-obligations demo or proof of concept today. For more information, visit www.secureage.com/secureemail. Encryption is important. It's the most effective way of keeping sensitive files for your eyes, or even certain eyes only. Signing is equally critical. It ensures sensitive files are left untampered with while also authenticating the identity of its source. Sounds complicated? Well, it shouldn't be. Introducing Secure Age Secure File. File encryption and digital signing. It's powered by advanced encryption features like customizable encryption algorithms, secured file wiping, two-factor authentication, and built for securely sharing files with others. This makes it compliant with the world's most stringent security standards. Secure Age Secure File, advanced encryption and digital signing for mission-critical files. Schedule a no-obligations demo or proof of concept today. For more information, visit www.secureage.com/securefile. When it comes to protecting files, including their metadata, it's best to turn to disk encryption. An encrypted disk is essentially a container that safely encrypts every file that goes inside. While most turn to full disk encryption, it's limited in size by hardware and ties data to one device and a single user. Virtual volume encryption, on the other hand, makes a container of any size that can be stored anywhere, from physical media, network storage, or even the cloud. And while encrypted volumes can be shared, they typically rely on passwords, and that can be incredibly vulnerable. Secure Age Secure Disk easily lets you create virtual encrypted volumes that can be shared without clunky passwords. It uses powerful public key encryption so that only the people you trust can open, interact, and modify files, no matter where they are, without leaving a clue to others of what's inside. Secure Age Secure Disk Virtual Volume Encryption to safely store and share sensitive data. Schedule a no-obligations demo or proof of concept today. For more information, visit www.secureage.com/securedisk.
If you're like most people, and I think you might be, you like to feel secure, very secure. Well, I don't want to alarm you, but did you know that there are hundreds of thousands of malware and viruses released daily, and only 10% are detected by antiviruses within the first week? Scary, right? It's okay, Bouncer. Not even you can protect us from the other 90%, but Secure A Plus can. Secure A Plus is the ultimate computer security solution that combines more than 10 antiviruses and application whitelisting, protecting you at all times. And get this, it's absolutely free. Yep, more than 10 antiviruses for less than a dog biscuit. It's also fast, incredibly fast. Why? Well, all of these antiviruses live in the cloud, so your computer won't have to process locally. No, Bouncer, not that type of cloud. Silly dog. It's so fast that you get a full system scan from all of these antiviruses in less than a minute. And remember those pesky untrusted apps that take it upon themselves to automatically run without your permission? Secure A Plus prevents that from happening, giving you total control all the time. So, it's time you choose the right security solution that'll give protection for you and everyone else. Download Secure A Plus today.
The digital environment is constantly evolving, and so are the threats. With such an abundance of new technologies and information being created every second, the only effective way to protect our digital assets is through constant, comprehensive threat research. For more than 30 years, Trend Micro has been at the forefront of the battle against cybercriminals. Since 2014, we've blocked an incredible 300 billion threats, and this number grows every second as we continue to identify millions more threats every day. All thanks to the intelligence gathered by Trend Micro Research, a research organization which combines the best security experts in the industry with state-of-the-art machine intelligence to improve prevention, detection, and response to the evolving threats of today's cybersecurity landscape. Trend Micro Research takes advantage of sophisticated automation tools to identify new threats more quickly and accurately than ever before. And ongoing research and analysis of identified malware and threats gives us an unparalleled insight into how and why they work. Our team of security experts constantly identifies current and emerging trends, technologies, user behavior, and market and geopolitical shifts, so we are able to accurately anticipate the threat landscape of the future. With vulnerabilities, it's a race against time to patch or mitigate before exploits can be developed and deployed. That's why it's so important to identify them before they can be discovered and exploited by attackers. Through its zero-day initiative, the largest vendor-agnostic bug bounty program in the world, and repeatedly a top supplier of vulnerabilities for Microsoft, Adobe, and ICS CERT, Trend Micro Research is the global leader in vulnerability research, regularly providing protection months ahead of the public patch being available. When cybercriminals want to get into a specific organization, their weapon of choice is most often a targeted attack. Trend Micro Researchers regularly analyze such attacks, providing insight into each step of the attack lifecycle and how best to protect against it. We also develop and employ innovative technologies to analyze data from the Trend Micro Smart Protection Network, identifying potential targeted attacks within our own customer base. Artificial intelligence and machine learning are critical elements of cybersecurity research, helping identify malicious emails, phishing, exploits, and many other threats at greater scale and more rapidly than any human. Trend Micro researchers and data scientists have been working with these technologies, developing solutions to combat threats and improve detection since the beginning of the 21st century. The next wave of innovation is already upon us, with smart homes, smart factories, smart cities, and transportation systems becoming an attractive new target for attack. Trend Micro researchers study these areas to better understand how these technologies are currently being used, how they could be used in the future, and how threat actors could potentially target them. Criminal underground communities are a valuable source of information. Working with global and local law enforcement agencies, Trend Micro researchers infiltrate and analyze the many criminal undergrounds that exist around the world. We use the knowledge gained from research into criminal underground communities to improve our products and the protections they offer against the threats launched by these criminals. From the very beginning, we have stayed ahead of the curve, constantly innovating in our mission to make the world safe for exchanging digital information. Because in the fight against cyber threats, knowledge is power.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Cameron here from the SINCON crew. Once again, welcoming you back to SINCON 2020. Next up on the main track, we have for you a talk by Terry Chia, who should be no stranger to most of you in the local cybersecurity scene. He's a frequent presenter at events such as Infosec in the City and CrestCon. Terry currently works as a security consultant at Centurion Information Security, and his talk is titled Reverse Engineering Android Native Libraries. Take it away, Terry.
Hello everyone, welcome to my talk on reverse engineering Android native libraries. I am Terry and I'm a security consultant at Centurion Information Security. And for anyone interested, there are a few places that you can find me online, namely my GitHub account and my blog. So about this talk is an introduction to reverse engineering Android native code, mainly targeted at beginners to reverse engineering. Although I do hope that experienced reverse engineers can still pick up a few tips and tricks along the way. I will be showing a few automation scripts towards the end of the talk, and they are all freely available and use open source of free tools and frameworks, which should hopefully be more accessible to everyone. For anyone interested in grabbing a copy of the slides to follow along, I have a bit.ly link on screen right now that should take you to the Google Slides version of this slide deck. So for the agenda of the talk, I will first begin by discussing a few useful tools that you will need to begin the reverse engineering journey. Next, I will go on to Android Application 101, followed by the bulk of the talk, which is on the NDK and JNI. And I will end the talk by demonstrating some automation I've written to make the reverse engineering process a little less tedious. So going into the tools portion, the first tool that you need is a tool for static analysis, which essentially means analyzing the app without running it. And a good disassembler and/or a decompiler is very essential to static analysis. And for those unfamiliar with the terminology, a disassembler converts machine code into assembly, while a decompiler takes that a step further and converts machine code into readable source code. I find that the decompiler is very useful in reverse engineering medium or large binaries because understanding large chunks of assembly is tedious and time-consuming, and a decompiler kind of short-circuits that process for you by presenting application logic in readable source code form. While a decompiler is not 100% accurate, I think it's still a useful tool to have, and it's better than not using one in the first place. There are a few different options that you can pick for a disassembler or decompiler. In the open source world, you of course have Ghidra, which is a framework released by the NSA last year. You also have Rare2, which is a disassembler-only framework, although there is a R2 Ghidra extension that adds support for the Ghidra decompiler to Rare2 itself, which kind of gives you the best of both worlds if that's your preferred toolkit. In the commercial side of things, you have Binary Ninja, which is a fairly reasonably priced, in my opinion, software tool, given its capabilities. You of course have IDA Pro, which should be familiar to anyone who has ever done reverse engineering before. I think it's still one of the best options out there, although it's a very, very pricey one. For Android applications specifically, you have the Jack decompiler, which is a software tool that's kind of specialized in analyzing Android applications. I have not used it personally, even though I did take a look at the feature set on their website. And I think it's a very interesting option to consider if your main focus is on Android applications rather than reverse engineering in general. So of all the listed options, I think Ghidra is still the best overall option, unless you want to spend money on IDA Pro. I am personally trying out Binary Ninja nowadays, mainly for the better user interface and some interesting scripting capabilities, but I always have Ghidra on standby because I think it's still the most stable and full-featured option you can get for free. So in addition to static analysis, you probably also want to do some dynamic analysis when reverse engineering things. And dynamic analysis essentially means analyzing the app while it's running and monitoring or tracing through the app while you're stepping through all the available functions. And while doing that, you might want to record down interesting information. So for example, when you execute a function in the app, what's the data at a specific memory location, or what's the value of a certain register. You might also want to attempt to modify data in the application to see how the app reacts to different types of inputs. And these are all things that dynamic analysis can let you achieve. To do that, of course, you can use your standard debugger setups. You have Android supports both LLDB and GDB, although I believe that GDB support is now deprecated. And Android supports the standard GDB server type setup if you want to do remote debugging, which means running the app on a separate mobile device while running the debugger on your host machine or laptop. For anyone interested in getting started with LLDB on Android, I think the official Android documentation is fairly comprehensive and should point you in the right direction of things. Instead of LLDB though, my preferred dynamic analysis toolkit is Frida, which is a dynamic binary instrumentation framework, which has very good support for mobile platforms, both iOS and Android. And the advantage of a DBI framework is that it's more lightweight than a typical debugger, which is good because it means less overhead when running the app. And Frida specifically has very good scripting and automation support. Frida nowadays is the de facto framework for mobile app analysis. So if you have used tools before like Objection, they're all built on top of Frida. And being the de facto framework has a few advantages, mainly that if you run into any issues or roadblocks, it is fairly likely that there's already a solution online, or you can at least find someone to help you out with it. For those of you that are interested in checking out Frida and learning how to use it properly, there is a very good tutorial online freely available that I linked to in the slides, and I highly recommend people check that out. So let's go into Android applications 101. An Android application is traditionally written in Java, although Kotlin is now an officially supported alternative from 2017 onwards. And while programs are written in Java or Kotlin, Android does not use the standard Oracle Java virtual machine that you might be familiar with. Instead, Android programs are compiled to the DEX bytecode format, and your DEX bytecode, as well as any other application assets like images or icons, are packaged into an APK, which is essentially a structured zip file that is then installed on your mobile device. So when you are running the app, on older Android versions, they use the Delphic runtime, which just in time compiles the DEX bytecode into machine code before executing it every time the app is running. Newer Android versions, on the other hand, uses the Android runtime or ART, which ahead of time compiles the bytecode to a architecture-specific machine code at install time. So Android applications can access C or C++ code through the Native Development Kit, or NDK for short, and Java or Kotlin code interfaces with that native code through the standard Java Native Interface, or JNI framework. There are a few different reasons that an application developer might choose to use the NDK, and this can include calling out to existing C or C++ libraries. For example, if your app is processing a video format that's not supported by the Android standard library, you might want to call out to an existing C or C++ library that has already implemented it, instead of re-implementing the whole encoding logic yourself in Java. And this allows an Android application to gain access to the fairly large amounts of code written in C or C++ that exist in the world out there. The second reason is performance. If your application has a tight computation loop that you want to make fast, an option is to, of course, implement it in C or C++ code, which should hopefully give you better performance than Java and allow you to control things like the memory layout a lot better. The final reason is code obfuscation. It's pretty common for application developers to write sensitive or confidential business logic in native code instead of in the Java layer, because there is a assumption that it's much harder to reverse native code than your text byte code. This may or may not be true, depending on who you speak to, but it's a very, very common assumption and it is fairly commonly done in the real world. So, as I mentioned previously, an APK is essentially a structured zip file, and you can unzip the contents of an APK to look into it. If the app actually uses native code, the APK typically has a lib directory in it. And the lib directory will have a subdirectory supported for every computer architecture that the app supports. So in the example on the left, I unzipped the uncrackable level 2.apk from the OOPS STG project, and the app itself supports 4 different computer architectures, so x86, x86, 64, and 2 different ARM versions. And there is a subdirectory for every single one of them. And every subdirectory will contain all of the native libraries used by the app, compiled for that specific computer architecture. Before you can call out to any of the functions in the app, the runtime needs to first load it. And the way to do it is through the system.load library or system.load Java methods. The difference between the two is that system.load library actually infers the path of the shared library based on the name that you provide. So if your Android app is running on x86, for example, and you give it you tell it to load library foo, you look under lib/x86/libfoo.so for the path of the shared library. On the other hand, system.load actually takes a full path to wherever the shared library is located within the APK. This means that it is not strictly necessary to store that native library within the lib directory. You can store it anywhere within the APK as long as you explicitly load it with system.load, as opposed to system.load library. There are a few different alternative methods like the runtime class, which are functionally equivalent to the system class, but applications might decide to make use of them if they want to quote-unquote obfuscate the call. While it's not really that obfuscated, it's a non-standard way of doing things that is not mentioned in the getting started tutorials. So for people unfamiliar with the Android platform and reversing the app, they might actually miss out where that library is being loaded. So JNI libraries are actually just standard ELF shared library object files, and when the library is loaded by the app, the JNI onload function within that shared library is called. And this JNI onload function is very commonly used to perform any initialization that the library requires. So if you need to set up any heap objects, for example, or run any initialization routines, JNI onload is the place to do it. And for people familiar with the Windows platform, JNI onload is very similar to the DLL main method that you find in a Windows DLL. So on this slide, I have an example of the JNI onload function that I copied from a sample app in the Android documentation. And you can see that within that onload function, it's performing some runtime checks to ensure that everything is in order before proceeding. So before an Android app can actually call out to a native function, it must first be declared as a Java method. And the way that you do it is through a native keyword in your Java method declaration. And the other difference is that unlike other Java methods, there is no function body for this particular method because the body is actually implemented in native code rather than Java itself. And a link must be established between the declared Java method and the corresponding native function. And there are two different ways of establishing this link, which are dynamic and static linking. For dynamic linking, the runtime infers the bindings between the two automatically through the method name. So how this works is that you name your native function in a very specific naming convention, and the runtime will automatically detect that and link it to the corresponding Java method. To give a clearer example, looking at the bar method that I've shown previously, The thing at the bottom is actually the corresponding native function's name. And it has a very specific naming convention that starts with the Java underscore prefix, followed by the fully qualified class name of the method. So in this case, the bar method belongs to a class called sg.vantagepoint.uncrackable2.project, and you have to spell that out explicitly in the native function name. And of course, the final part of the function name is the corresponding method name. The interesting thing about dynamic linking is that all functions linked in this manner needs to have their symbols exposed so that the runtime can actually locate the right function. So if you use a tool like readelf or object-down on a native library with dynamic linking, you actually find a lot of symbols related to the JNI functions declared. So the alternative method to dynamic linking is static linking, and this means that an app can explicitly bind a Java method to a native function by calling out to this standard register natives function. So register natives is a JNI function that takes in a few different parameters. So you see that the second parameter is a J-class object that is essentially the class that you want to bind all of these native functions to. The third parameter is an array of JNI native method structures, and we will see what that is in the next slide. And the last parameter is the number of methods or structures in that array, which essentially means the number of native functions that you want to bind to that class with this specific call. So in the JNI native structure, it has actually three different pointers. The first pointer is a pointer to the name of the method that it needs to bind to. The second pointer is a pointer to the method signature. And finally, you have a pointer to wherever the function is located within the binary itself. And with these three pieces of information, the runtime can actually establish a link between a Java method and a native function, even if the native function doesn't have a symbol exposed. There are a few advantages to static linking, and they are mainly that your native function does not need to follow a naming convention, and your native function does not need to have its symbols exported, which makes it slightly more difficult to reverse engineer statically. And all register native bindings are usually executed on JNI onload, because the bindings have to be established before the functions can actually be called. So every Java type has a corresponding native type that's defined in jni.h, which are mostly just type defs of your standard C types. And this is required because your native function needs to have the same input parameters as the declared Java method. So the bindings are actually fairly obvious. They're essentially just the Java type with the J in front of it in most cases. And you have different ones for objects, strings, and your different array types as well. So let's talk a little bit about JNI env. So NDK libraries actually follow your standard application binary interface, which essentially means that it follows your platform's calling conventions and things like that. So whether your parameters are passed on the register or on the stack, it will follow whatever is standard for that architecture. All JNI functions, on the other hand, takes a pointer to JNI env as the first function parameter, and it takes either a J object or J class pointer as the second parameter, depending on whether it's a static method or not. So this JNI env struct is a struct containing function pointers to a whole bunch of default JNI functions, and it is very important to take note of during reverse engineering because you often see branches to an offset of JNI env whenever the function is calling out to one of these default JNI functions. And Maddie Stone from Google Project Zero actually has a spreadsheet that shows which function is at a very specific offset from the structure. So looking at an example of the spreadsheet, you can see that at offset 44 from the JNI env struct, there is a function pointer for this JNI function called isAssignable from. So if your app wants to actually call out to one of these functions, they will often take the JNIF parameter that is passed in as the first parent, add 44 to it, and that's how you get the function pointer to it. So reverse engineering with a decompiler is very often about feeding the decompiler with information that it cannot automatically infer. And if you tell the decompiler that the first parameter of a JNI function is the JNIF pointer, it makes a very, very huge difference in the output that it gives you. So looking at an example of a JNI function before applying types in your decompiler, you'll just see a very messy chunk of text, and it's fairly non-trivial to understand what's going on without manually looking up what all of these offsets are. However, when you apply the appropriate types to your parameters in your decompiler, the output immediately becomes a lot more readable. So looking at the side-by-side of what actually changed, you can see that there are two main differences, which is the two before and afters listed here. And it's that instead of the decompiler showing you a call to a hexadecimal offset from a pointer, it actually spells out what is the function at that location. So this actually saves you a lot of manual work in looking at offsets manually and applying that yourself. So let's talk about some automation tools that I wrote to make the reverse engineering process a little less tedious. So my preferred workflow when getting started on Android applications is that I want to identify JNI functions in my decompiler and set the appropriate parameter and return types, including the JNIF parameter type. This is useful because JNI functions are the entry point to your library, and they are very, very good places to begin the reverse engineering process. So you can actually find out the specific JNI function that you're interested in that the Android app actually calls out to, and start your reverse engineering from there. However, it's fairly tedious to identify and set the type parameters for native libraries that contain tens or hundreds of JNI functions. So luckily, we can actually automate this process fairly easily. And what I did was I wrote a Ghidra extension called JNI Analyzer that automates the task of setting the parameter and return types for all of your JNI functions. And it is actually based on the idea that you can get pretty accurate type information from the text bytecode portion of the APK as opposed to the native portion of the app. The idea is actually fairly trivial and should be easy to port to other decompilers. So how it works internally is that it uses a library called JetX, which is a very commonly used text to Java decompiler. And JetX is actually available as a Java library, which makes it very, very easy to integrate into a Ghidra extension. And what JNI Analyzer does is that it uses JetX to generate a list of methods with the native declaration, which essentially means that they are all native methods, and process the parameter and return types from the JetX decompiler. It then iterates through all of your functions in your native library with symbols and attempts to match them by name using the same logic that the dynamic linker uses. Once it identifies a function that matches, it will first set the parameter type to JNIF. It will set the second parameter to either JObject or JClass, depending on whether it's a static method or not. And finally, you'll set all the other parameter types, as well as the return type based on the information that JetX provided. So let's look at the demo of how it works. So you can see now that I'm opening a shared library in Ghidra. So I actually did the analysis before, so it'll open up fairly quickly. So if I navigate to the Functions tab, there is three different JNI functions in it, and you can see that it's fairly difficult to understand what's going on in there because none of the types have actually been applied. So all Ghidra knows that is that the parameters are undefined or they're long pointers, which doesn't really tell you that much. So it's the same thing for the other GNI functions. So if I open up the script manager in Ghidra, once the extension has been installed, you should find a GNI folder with this GNI analyzer.java file. And you can run that file, select the APK. You can select the APK corresponding to the native library, and then Ghidra will be analyzing things in the background. So what it does is that it's actually decompiling the APK and pulling out all of the relevant type information that it needs. This process will take a while to run, but once it is done, you can see that the type information has been applied to all of the GNI functions in the library. And you can see that now you get pretty easy to read decompiler outputs. Yeah, so it's not immediately clear, but if you look at the console at the bottom, the extension actually tells you that it identified a total of 3 different GNI functions, and it applied the signatures to all of them. Okay, so for this specific technique, there are a few different limitations, and mainly that it only works for dynamically linked GNI functions. And it's pretty difficult to identify statically linked GNI functions as they might not have symbols. So what can we actually do? So if you look back at the register natives method that is used to register this static binding, we can see that it actually takes in an array of GNI native methods. And in that structure itself, it actually has all of the information that we're looking for, right? It has the method name of the function. It has the signature. I mean, more importantly, it has the function pointer to wherever that function is located within the binary. So we can actually identify where it is even without symbols. So what we can do is we can instrument an Android app at runtime and log calls to register natives. And whenever one of these calls happen, we can simply follow the pointer to this GNI native method array and log the address of where it is in the binary. So if you want to do runtime instrumentation, we can of course use Frida. However, basic Frida alone has a few limitations when it comes to hooking functions within the GNIM structure. And it's mainly because there is a performance issue, as the same function is called very, very frequently by all other standard Android libraries. Thankfully, someone actually wrote a library called GNI Trace, which is written on top of Frida, and it aims to instrument GNI functions a lot more efficiently. While I will not go through the implementation details, they are all available on the GNI Trace GitHub for anyone that's interested in checking it out. So what I did was I wrote a script called trace register natives, which is built on top of GNI trace, and it instruments all of your calls to register natives and logs the output to a JSON file. In my GNI analyzer extension, I have a different script that then takes in that specific JSON file and applies the information to the native library within Ghidra. So you can see that I'm running the trace register native script in the command line interface, and the script takes in a few different parameters. The first is the application ID of the app that's installed on the mobile device. The second is the native library that I'm interested in instrumenting, and finally you're taking an output file depending on where you want to save it to. Once the app runs, it will ask you to select the device that you want Frida to run on. In this case, I'm selecting a Pixel 2 device connected over USB. The app is running in the background on my mobile device, and you can see that the script actually found calls 3 different register natives calls. so to 3 different classes. And they take in 15 methods, 1 method, and 14 methods respectively. So that's essentially 30 different methods that my script has just identified. So once there's no output, essentially means that the app has completed running and nothing is being loaded anymore. And I can just stop the trace. So now if I open up the output file, you can see that it's a JSON of all the results that my Ghidra extension will then process. So if I open the library in Ghidra now, it's taking a while to run because it's a fairly large library. If you go to Script Manager, the same GNI folder, you can run the trace register natives.java script. Which then takes in the JSON file that we've just generated, and it applied the inputs to the native library directly. So if we go to that memory location, you can see what we have here is an array of JNI native method structures that that the extension actually managed to identify. And you can see things like the function name in the first pointer, the function signature, as well as a function pointer to the native function. So the extension actually labels everything with the different arrays that it identifies with the methods array label. So what you can do is actually, I'll show that in a bit. Right, so if you go to Ghidra and labels, you can actually filter it based on methods underscore array. And the search takes a while to complete because Ghidra is a fairly slow program. But once it's done, you'll see 3 different labels because we identified 3 different calls. Yes, so that is where all of the native methods registered statically through register natives can be found. So there are a few limitations to this approach, and it's mainly that register natives calls that were not executed during the instrumentation run will not be logged. It's not so bad in practice, as register natives is usually called during the JNI onload initialization, which means that you often catch everything just by launching the app. However, this is not guaranteed because the app can always call register natives somewhere in the middle of execution if it wants to. So there could be further improvements to the script. We could attempt to find calls to register natives statically through the decompiler. However, it's a pretty involved approach, and I don't really want to complicate this talk, which is intended for beginners as an introduction to the whole process. So if anyone is interested in this, feel free to contact me privately after this and we can talk more about it. So in conclusion, the things that we've talked about includes how an APK with native libraries is structured. We've discussed how the Android NDK works. And we've discussed some automation to make the reverse engineering process a little less tedious. There are a few additional resources that I find very helpful when it comes to reverse engineering Android applications. And the first is a very good tutorial called Android App Reverse Engineering 101 by Maddie Stone. Once you are done with the basics, a very useful source of information I find is the Cox Lab blog, where they often write about some fairly advanced Android reverse engineering topics. So it's highly recommended to check out if anyone is interested in it. And the final resource that I would like to give a shout out to is the Frida Telegram channel, or there's a Freenode IRC bridge for the old school people. And it's a very good resource in general, not just for Frida, but for mobile app reverse engineering. So as a final shout out, I would like to thank my company, Central Information Security, for giving me the time to do this talk. And we are hiring, so if anyone is interested in being a pen tester, do get in touch with us. Thank you.
Hello everyone, thanks for your interest in Yes We Hack. Today we will speak about how security leaders fight cybercrime with bug bounty. I'm Eileen Neo, the APAC regional lead for Yes We Hack, and it is my great pleasure to speak with you today. First off, I'd like to introduce Yes We Hack. We are a leading global bug bounty and vulnerability disclosure platform. We are running over 400 programs in more than 30 countries across Europe, APAC, and the US for clients ranging from startups, global banks, to governmental institutions. We also have a large community of cybersecurity researchers with over 20,000 vetted ones spread across 120 countries. The issues we solve are common to CISOs and their teams. We've learned that over the last 2 decades, security professionals have seen a radical change in the way IT impacts the environment. Cloud APIs, data, IoT, agile methods, shift left, all of these trends are leading to an expansion of the IT attack surface. Basically, every organization is delivering more code at a quicker rate, increasing potential vulnerabilities on their assets. Despite these dramatic changes, the means of auditing and securing IT systems, usually through pen testing, have not changed over the last few decades. As a result, there is a real dilemma between the rapidly evolving IT landscape on one hand and obsolete security tools and methods on the other. Not to forget that this is all in the context of continuously increasing threats and scarcity of skills. So how do we address this? Among a few things, we have Bug Bounty to help us address these security gaps. Bug Bounty provides security teams with the operational agility they need to bridge the gap between modern IT processes and security. What is Bug Bounty? It is an enhanced version of pen testing. There is access to more talent, more time to discover interesting bugs, and only valid findings are rewarded. Organizations reward ethical hackers for the vulnerabilities they report within a controlled environment. There are strict rules on what they can and cannot do, what kind of tests they can run, in which environment, on which scopes, which bugs are prioritized, etc. There is also a clearly defined rewards grid, which defines the bounty amounts according to the severity of each bug reported. Naturally, the more critical the bug is, the higher the reward would be. Yes We Hack's Bug Bounty platform connects clients to our community of hunters. This is where you will run your bug bounty programs, invite hunters, and manage your bug reports. There are 2 main types of programs, private ones and public ones. Most clients are doing private bug bounty programs. They work only with selected hunters based on the program requirements. This can be 5, 10, 50, or even 500 invited hunters that you can rotate over time to get a diversity of skill sets. Such programs remain confidential and are not advertised. Then we have public programs where anyone within the hunter community can submit a bug. Private programs are a great place to start with, as we maintain a lot of control over who we work with. An organization may choose to go public if it wants to publicly showcase their commitment to security and if it is very confident of the prospect of working with a large community of hunters. How do we get started with bug bounty? There are 5 simple steps. First of all, we would define the program rules, which include the scope of the program, For example, is it a domain or a subdomain, a web or mobile application, an IoT firmware, etc. The qualifying and non-qualifying vulnerabilities. What types of bugs qualify for reward? And the bounty grid, which is indexed according to the severity of the vulnerability, low, medium, high, or critical, based on the business impact. Lastly, any relevant information for the hunters, such as the guidelines they need to follow, or how to get credentials for grey box testing, etc. We would then choose to launch in private or public mode. In private, we would select hunters to work with. This could be 550 or 500s, depending on the objective. In a public program, we launch to the entire hunter community. Once the program has been launched, hunters begin their testings. They submit their findings through the platform, assigning a severity level to each bug. We would then validate each report. Are they within the rules? What is the business impact? And what is the severity level? If the vulnerability is valid, the hunter is rewarded based on the severity level and bounty grid. Only the first hunter for a given bug is rewarded. Other reports on the same bug are marked as duplicates and do not qualify for a reward. Once the vulnerability report has been validated, you may proceed to fix it. Once the fix is applied, we ask the hunter to check if the fix has been properly applied until we are sure it is resolved. Bug bounty has been gaining popularity, and no surprises, as it has many merits. Firstly, it is highly effective. You can tap into a large talent pool, not just one or two pen testers, and whenever you need, as long as you need. And hence it extends your testing capabilities and more interesting bugs are found, thereby maximizing your risk coverage. We very often deal with heavily tested scopes, but never fail to quickly discover high or critical vulnerabilities. And as only the first hunter for a certain bug qualifies for a reward, the healthy competition encourages hunters to surface vulnerabilities as soon as possible. It is also very cost effective, as only valid bugs with business impact are rewarded. With a classic audit, we pay for the man-hours regardless of whether anything valuable was found. In fact, one of our clients, one of the largest Asian banks, found that they were saving 4 times per bug on bug bounty as compared to pen testing. Lastly, bug bounty is built for agility and can launch in any environment: pre, post-production, UAT, black to white box testing. I will be diving deeper into these 3 points about bug bounty's agility in the next few slides. Let's start with flexibility. There is a common misconception that bug bounty is only suitable for very agile companies, but that's not the case. Whatever the level of agility, all businesses can launch crowdsourced pen testing in a few clicks. There are usually 2 types of clients that we see: those who are already in some kind of DevOps transformation and those who are still working with the more traditional waterfall model. For clients in the DevOps journey, they run continuous integration and continuous delivery, so they need to have continuous testing as well, because they basically deliver code every day. And with bug bounty, they have the ability to do continuous testing that surfaces bugs at the same speed that those bugs are created by their development teams. For clients in the waterfall model, their releases used to happen rather infrequently, every 3 or 6 months, but now it's been shortened to every month or every week. Hence, scheduling old school pen tests so frequently is not an option. With bug bounty, even clients in the waterfall model can quickly mobilize a group of hand-picked ethical hackers in a few clicks to surface bugs during the acceptance or the testing phase in the pre-production environment, and then fix those bugs before each release. And they can suspend, update, relaunch, or stop the program at any moment whenever they need a security review. Bug bounty is also very empowering for developers. Today, as a result of the need for speed, we see that developers have more and more latitude and autonomy in the way they work. They deliver more and more code on a quicker basis. Security professionals today are outnumbered massively by developers. In such a context, if the security team cannot find a way to effectively embed security within that process from early start on, they may find themselves progressively set aside and basically completely losing control of the situation. One way to address this is to actually raise awareness, to train those developers and to have them implementing best practices in their work. But how to do that? Theoretical trainings are one thing, but bug bounty brings a much more pragmatic approach to this. Through a platform like Yes We Hacks, developers can directly communicate with the researchers who found their bugs. And through this direct interaction, you create real awareness, you enable a transfer of skills between the hunters and the developers. You can actually then identify potential security champions within the dev team. We even see clients where it's not anymore the CISO or his team who run the bug bounty programs, but security champions within the dev teams. The CISO team then becomes more of a service provider who orchestrates the programs at a higher level. Finally, bug bounty enables many diverse automation use cases. Pentest leaves you with a static document, like a PDF. It is very difficult, if not impossible, to actually use it at scale. With bug bounty, you have structured data because the reports are filled by the hunters through the platform interface using standard fields. When the information is received by the client side, the report manager will then update and validate this information. So as a result of this process, you get structured and validated data which you can integrate into your workflows and tools. Hence, you can automate many things, many tasks that otherwise would be done manually or would not be done at all, just because they're time consuming. A first use case is the most obvious one, ticket management. For example, our Jira connector automatically creates tickets and eases the internal management of vulnerabilities and remediations. It also creates transparency and accountability on the IT side. Another use case could be regression testing within your CI or CD pipeline in order to replace the manual work of code reviews for security issues with automated security testing using the data from bug bounty reports, which are then directly pushed into the CI or CD pipeline. As a result of such use cases, many clients start seeing security from a proactive point of view as an enabler instead of being an obstacle. A third use case is virtual patching. As we know, manual patch creation often becomes unfeasible as the number of vulnerabilities grow. That's why our platform enables our clients to easily update and fine-tune their web application firewalls with the vulnerability data generated by our programs and converting this data into virtual patches to maximize their protection system's efficiency. As we've established today, the old security assessment model is no longer effective. Security needs to be an integrative part of internal processes and potentially continuous. Testing once a year while release cycles run on a monthly, weekly, or even daily basis is ineffective and exposes companies to a lot of security risks. When speaking with security leaders, we see that the question among them is no longer whether they will or will not run a bug bounty program, but rather how they will do so and where do they start. And this is where Yes We Hack is able to help. Thank you all for watching today, and please feel free to contact us with any questions you have. Have a wonderful day.